Skyrim was it suffered from a very big as you level up, you feel like you're getting worse. Because you ran into a lot of stuff where it's like, oh, the enemies that I could fight and get down in 1 or 2 attacks are now taking 6 or 7 attacks. Because enemy health, right, because the whole thing is the world is scaled with you, and enemy health is scaled much, much worse, or much, much faster than your damage.
My question is, how did you play your character, though? Like, what archetype? You like melee, magic, or
stealth archer?
Rain?
Yeah, stealth archer. Everyone goes stealth archer. It's inevitable.
I would try to not be stealth archer, other than I would go stealth archer. What was that, Tom?
Oh, Mike. I think it picks me up on Discord, but not on OBS. Oh, no, never mind. It fixes it. Awesome.
And how it usually works.
Down perfect.
You guys can hear me fine?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just
Logging in now.
to adjust my volume for my music, but it's streaming.
How do we get that music again? Is there a link?
I'm streaming Spotify on my end, so you go to the voice chat in Discord, general voice chat, and where it says live on me, there will be a channel of me streaming Spotify. And you just join it. Just join the stream. Same as last session. This is the part where somebody goes, "There was music last session," and I'll be like, sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard the music. Don't worry. It wasn't wasted.
It says it's paused.
Was it?
Yeah, stream
Oh.
pause.
There we go.
Then I have to have it open on the screen now.
Oh, okay.
That's fine. Let me just open my notes then, and we'll start whenever you guys are ready.
Hey, okay.
Anyone hearing music from the stream? I'm not hearing any music.
Yes, I think
Right-click
maybe
it,
you have
turn
to
up the
increase
volume if
the
you want.
volume.
Yeah, I have it at 200%. I'm hearing nothing. I hear you fine, I hear everyone else fine, but I'm not hearing any. Wait.
Yeah,
There it goes.
we go.
Okay. Yep.
Just understand, I'm controlling volume on my end too, so I can hear myself. So it might be like background.
Oh, yeah, I just couldn't. Now I can. Before I couldn't hear it all. Now I can hear it. So whatever. Maybe it just took a second on my end for things to populate, but now I hear it.
Okay. I mean, we don't really need a recall from last time. You guys spent a little bit of time in Vallaki, recuperating from previous adventures before heading your way toward Kresh to settle the dilemma, the Abbot dilemma. The Abbot who's been taking corpses from graves and turning them into flesh golems and such, and trying to craft the perfect bride for Strahd von Zarovich. Does anybody else want to pitch in with anything to recount?
Pretty much everything.
Alright. So, you guys are now faced with the Abbot. We left last session with him taking out his mace, lighting it a flame, and essentially you're faced with a few choices here. Side with him, side with the ever-encroaching crowd. But the Abbot is...
I just whispered to the party, like, is this the best choice forward? That flaming mace looks very intimidating compared to the beasts and other beasts that I've seen in these lands, having only fought wolves.
Either him or the people below. And if he isn't going to leave, then you know what's going to need to happen.
We might have to use force, but I'd prefer to keep him alive. At the very least, we might need to knock some... or persuade him with force, but I'd prefer to keep him alive. He's far too valuable to waste. And he's just whispering this entire time, like peeking over the corner at the very intimidating figure.
Wings
That's
spread,
possible.
figure turning taller. You can see that as he is chanting prayers himself, these runic tattoos keep spreading up his arms, and his form begins to glow more and more radiant. You have a few moments to talk it out if you wish. He's preparing for the worst.
And if we can put him down, like, have him give up in any fight, we'll do that. But if we have to kill him, we have to kill him. It's his choice in the end.
Ultimately, it comes down to if he doesn't leave, either the
I still-
townsfolk will try and kill him and die, or we have to stop and kill the townsfolk.
I
Neither
still
of those
say
is
that
a good option.
we can have him continue his work elsewhere. I'm sure those in Vallaki will be less sentimental with their dead, giving the coming upheaval.
And offer him that idea, but I'm telling you, he ain't gonna do it. Go talk to him.
The idea of the
I-
cave still stands, but it's up to him at that point. If he doesn't want to leave, then he'll have to face the worst.
I doubt
Okay.
he'll want to leave without us formalizing our position. He's from a position of power. We'll need to
We have
insist that we're worth listening to, and unfortunately, that requires force. Something that I'm not the most adept at.
I suppose with that, Samson would say, I don't suppose we can convince you to leave, even if we offer an alternative location.
And resources.
Oh, yes, and resources, potentially.
What better place is there than this holy host where I conducted my art for years? What alternative do you offer?
I whisper to Samson, Lady Wachter was a former, possible bride for Strahd who rejected his advances. If nothing else, he might have insight as to Strahd's predilections from someone who almost shared his bed.
No.
I'm trying to not be here and having Samson do the talking.
Yeah. Let's say, well, we are these tentative allies of Lady Watchter, a former potential bride of Strahd who declined his advances. I'm sure with her in power within Malachi, there could be some place for you there. Alternatively, there are other
I have
locations.
walked the grounds of Vallaki. I've seen what that city has to offer. Save for the Church of the Morning Lord, it is a place of pestilence and sin. It is why I moved here, to the spur of the mountain into solitude, so I may conduct my art alone, undisturbed. If this small village of Krashk is opposing me with its distance from the influence and opinion of others, I can only imagine how much resistance I'll face in the capital of this realm's humanity.
At this point, I would look more into it. Doesn't seem to be working.
I just whispered,
This
Your-
werewolf cave we cleared out recently. The old den of Hero.
He again looks throughout the abbey, this large building, this fortress of holy ground. In comparison to the cave, judging by his face, you can tell him he is not keen to downgrade from this place where he spent 70 years, where he has established himself as the abbot, where he can really take bodies from a nearby graveyard. A cave in the middle of nowhere is not a very attractive option to him.
Yeah.
All the while, the riled up crowd seems to step ever closer now, having risen through the path. You can see the torchlight fire like a rising dawn by the gates as the crowd begins to approach closer. All the while, the
Well.
Abbot sighs. You don't seem to understand. My work is what matters. My art, that which requires certain cruelty, will save them, and my genius will be understood.
Novar just kind of looks up and just goes, "Hey, what if the people weren't even coming here? What if they decided to start burning their dead if you kept stealing them? What would you do then? How would you get your corpses?"
My work will remain steadfast and pure. I will find a way. If they were to deny me that which they do not even use, I shall bring upon them ruination.
Oh, you'll kidnap and take dead and kill them.
May come to that, yes. For the betterment
Novar
of the
just kind of
rest.
looks over his. Novar just kind of looks over his arms and just kind of whispers, "Told you."
Of course.
This is for the good of the most. Those who would stand by me will see a brighter future, and those who get in the way will only push us further into a dimmer despair.
And do you not see that Strahd is just using you, driving you to this?
She is by the last piece. Something's missing. The right soul.
I don't know who you were before, but do you think the man you were before even coming here would have even spoke of murdering innocent people?
I will die for my cause. I intend to. All the while, the crowd at this point is past the gates. You can hear the rust gates collapse inwards as dozens of people pour into the abbey.
Novar just kind of looks over at Jeb. Jeb, try to keep them back.
Jeb is gonna sneak, hug the wall and look for cover as best he can.
Yeah, and Jeb's doing that. Samson would move to kind of block at least some of Jeb from the Abbot.
I think this wall here is actually way higher.
The wall
So he wouldn't have been
behind which Jeb stands is 20 feet high.
Yeah.
Hearing his voice, I don't want a visual on it. I just don't want to black out the entire map, but you guys can use imagination.
Yeah.
Jeb, if you would approach a crowd, you will see, led by Dmitry Kreshkov, the riled up crowd. You're faced with 2-3 dozens of them, all holding their scythes, pitchforks, and torches.
Jeb is going to, while still doing his best to find cover, against the wall or a bush, he's going to try to look like the rabble. Look like just another peasant.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not a peasant per se, but easy to blend in with a mob.
No, he would use his spell to look like one of them.
Gotcha.
And eventually make his way towards. So right now he's stealthing, but he's stealthing, looking like one of the rabble, and ingratiate himself with the crowd as they approach closer.
All right. As you do so, you can hear them rile them onwards. As they step closer to the abbey, some of them pick up stones from the graveside and start tossing them toward a window, shattering a few windows here and there. They make their way even closer. Do you do anything?
He's just going to get in close. As they're picking up stones, he's gonna take a rock and throw it through the already broken window, and then try to just get closer and join the group.
Yeah, you managed to meld with the riled up crowd. If that's all you want to do. The rest of you want to do anything else?
Novar just kind of looks at Nadia, Samson, and just said, "We have to do this now, or those people will be here in moments."
Yes. And with that, Twilight Sanctuary will drop.
So you've
Or
made your peace.
I'll enable Twilight Sanctuary.
Yeah, and I would actually like to yell out to Dimitri, and I feel like we didn't get enough time to kind of prepare, or he kind of jumped on our ankles. But I guess I would just kind of look back towards his way, hold out an outstretched hand with like kind of a finger pointing back towards the gate, and kind of with a firm, tone. Dimitri, this is not the time for you to be entering these gates. This still has yet to begin. Stand outside. Or the peasant, or the townsfolk might meet a cruel fate too soon.
With that, I'm gonna make Elena roar if she can roar. I don't know.
All right.
Roar, baby.
I'll have you roll persuasion, Nadia, and then you roll me intimidation if you don't mind.
Oh, you fuck off.
It's very fitting. A riled up mob is quite immune to that. Nonetheless, the guttural, gross tone of the beast before you as it rears up on its hind legs and roars sends Dimitri backwards. You see just two jab as the crowd begins to betray some doubt on their faces. Some of them drop their scythes to the ground and flee in terror, but most remain with redirect their attention to rage toward what they can destroy. Meanwhile, you manage to slow them down long enough as they begin to some of them you start seeing running to windows, shuttering them and trying to go through them. Others look to Dimitri for leadership, but you manage to slow them down for just a little bit.
I just shout at Dimitri from the crowd, is this worth our lives? I don't want trying to act up just the fear now we have to contend with that beast in addition to the abbot and his monsters? This is surely death.
I see what you're pulling. Trying to persuade them that this beast in your midst that you are clearly fighting and trying to keep its attention upon yourselves and sparing these peasants. Dimitri nods in direction, understands the situation, and begins to redirect the crowd around, away from the beast, just yelling, "Seek out the man! Cut off the head! Kill the snake!" Not seeing where the abbot is, they begin to seek him out elsewhere, away from this beast, as you hold off the front line, you acting as the town's vanguard. The mob will begin moving, trying to find another way in.
As I apologize in advance, as the crowd moves on, Jeb's gonna try to get behind Dimitri and just knock him out. He's gonna attempt to stab him in the back and trying to make him unconscious.
Roll to hit.
Yeah. I don't know how good of a fighter he is, but all I have is a rapier.
He's got a big ol' axe.
It's being hit.
Oh,
Did he suspect me? Is he surprised?
You're shot from side to side by the riled mob as they begin to redirect, unexpectedly turning on their heels and going another direction. And as you draw out your rapier and to just knock him out with the butt end of the rapier, it gets knocked out of your hand and you fall prone onto the ground. And the midget just turns around, frowning, having felt a wind on the back of his neck. Not sure what happened, he just proceeds onwards as you're nearly stampeded over as the crowd begins to maneuver in another direction. You look around, and your rapier is mere inches away from your fingers. You pick it back up, but by the time you stand up, Dimitri is already feet away. He did not realize you were attacking him, but, no hit.
Yeah, that's fine. He picked up the rapier and rejoins the group. This time, and he would just change his face to just another another face.
Cool. You got an
Slightly
action. I'm
different.
gonna go back to the group, and now I'm gonna return to you.
That's fine. Yep.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yep, perfect.
Cool.
Yep.
The other group, guys, still trying to persuade him. What are you trying to do?
the only way we're going to persuade him is by knocking some sense into him.
Yep. We'll say my sync will only last so long.
Then
Which
it'll have
is
to be by
probably
force.
They're going to
Yes.
find a way in. They'll be here soon. We have to
Yeah.
deal with it now, else they'll be in the middle of this courtyard with him.
Yeah.
As soon as Samson was to cast Twilight Sanctuary, is it cool if I was to cast a Mirror Image?
You're not in combat yet. Combat will begin whenever you
Okay.
attack something, so you can cast your spells at will. Time is going though.
I hold an. I'm gonna remember that conversation we had where about you can hold an action when initiative starts. I would like to do that, DM, please.
Yeah, you're ready in action. But yeah,
No, I'm just kidding.
why not?
No, I'll just wait. I'm going to stay right there.
Samson would walk further in.
Yeah, so would no work.
Have you chosen
Crossbow
your side?
ready.
Is it me you wish to fight? Or them? He says, pointing first at you, then pointing his mace toward the encroaching crowd.
Rather fight neither. But my duty is to protect people from the darkness.
Do not insult me with such words. I'm not darkness. But you will not see it, because you're blinded by it. At that point, an aura of flame ignites around his form as I'd ask you guys to roll me initiative. Alright.
Never a high initiative.
Okay, the Abbot was really inspired.
Yet.
Love my initiative roll.
You see,
We're,
guys,
we're going swingy right now.
don't worry, guys. We have a Spore and Blossom.
Yeah, roll natural 20. Sure did. Very fitting this start session. Divine Blights, yeah, go on your turn.
Yeah, I got on at 20. No, I got 12.
Alright. With
The Abbot 24.
the Abbot roll match 20. With that, you see the Abbot ascend skyward 20 feet up, and with his gleaming mace, he just shouts, his voice reverberating out with thaumaturgy. Hear me now, and fear. Flee this place. All be put down. Alright, with that initiative did everybody roll it? Everybody rolled it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, well, sorry. I have
Yeah.
to roll the horde.
The what?
Elena, done.
One
She
day
acts
course.
on your initiative.
Okay, if she acts in my initiative, forget it.
Much simpler that way. Alrighty then. Samson, you first. As he dives towards you, swinging his mace, with a flyby motion, clinging against your armor, 12 to hit. He spins around and begins flying toward
Shield.
one of the blight creatures, and is going to go ahead and hit them as well against a vine blight. That would be a 27 to hit.
That hits too much.
8 plus 13. The vine blight has 26. I believe.
It should technically have, because my sanctuary has been up for at least one round. It should have, everyone should have some level of temporary hit points.
Ooh, barely.
Alright, fair enough.
So it's probably easiest if people just roll a d6 plus 6. That's how many temporary hit points you got from the, say, 6 seconds that it was up before everything went haywire.
enough.
You said it's a D6 plus 6. Nah, never mind.
Yeah, d6 plus 6.
And we clearly hear the bone-crunching blow of this massive mace destroying the
You
brambles
can hear the
of
clang of it against Samson's metal, and then with a radiant swipe, it clashes into the Vine Blight, and you can see a bright flash off the walls, like that of like a lightning sudden flash of radiant as the creature stumbles backwards, and then the Abbot ascends upwards 40 feet into the air. At this point, he's visible from a little bit past where you are there, Jeb, if you were to look over the wall. With that being said, Samson, it is your turn.
Okay, I'm in the sanctuary, so I will start off with Steps of Night, and take flight myself. Because in the sanctuary it's dim light, I can trigger that, so I will fly up 20 feet into the air, and I will drop Spirit Guardians around me. Nothing happens to him yet, because Spirit Guardians is on 15-foot sphere around me, and it's when things start their turn in it, or first enter it. So I'd try and be 20 feet above the Vine Blight, kind of getting in the way. And you said he was up. Wait, you said he's up
40.
to 40 feet, you said? Okay, then I would go up the, 25 then, that I would need to just clip him with my 15-foot reach. Or is it full 30? I might as well make it the full 30 feet up.
Yeah. If you don't mind using text to claim your height, that would be amazing, because we're not using isometrics. Alright, with that being said, Jeb, on your turn, you can see Dimitri kind of try to push the crowd to enter through another area, try and seek out the Abbot. He begins to bash this window over yonder and blaze out a bit of torn cloth. Like he rips a little bit of his shirt off and tries to lay it on the base of the window and begins climbing through it, making his way inside the building. The crowd steadily begins to kind of pour in behind him, throwing more stones, more rocks, trying to make their way in. What do you do on your turn?
My turn. I just do the same thing. I say, "Did you see what the Abbot did? He's flying!" In an accent that sounds exactly like a native of Kresh, for Master of Intrigue. Did I click it?
Right.
And he would just try to do like
bloody hell.
Just a quick oh my god, like almost in response, in a slightly different voice, just panicking, trying to see if he can like make anyone run away.
Though some ran away already from the initial intimidation, you begin to see a roar spread on their faces, and some of them heed your word, but then you hear Dimitri rile up. This is why we're here. We take care of the man and we leave. We don't deal with the beasts. Right.
Yep. So is that an action to like rile him up?
No. Speech is not. Yeah, it's like a free action.
Yep. He's going to he's gonna wait and file in with the crowd, and do his goal is to knock Dimitri out and just try to like cut off the head on this end and at least not fight a war on two fronts. So yeah, he's gonna just follow the crowd in. So if Dimitri's there, he's gonna just follow the crowd in.
Okay. The crowd like acts on their own initiative, so you can move yourself however you wish. Did I ever move you guys to the map? Yes, I did. Okay. Good.
Yes.
I will. Yeah. Well. Can you hold a movement to follow a crowd? Because I'm like part of the mob, right? I don't want to separate myself from the mob.
Move action is separate. There are certain
Yeah,
reactions
I
that make you move as part of the reaction, but it is still a reaction. So, I mean...
He will... Yeah.
The crowd is making their way toward this window. You can tell where they're going.
Oh, yeah. He just doesn't want to separate himself from the crowd in case Dimitri sees one of the crowd taking...
crowd to kind of blend yourself in Assassin's Creed style. Gotcha. Alright.
Yep.
We'll just say you'll move with the crowd then. You can...
Yes.
Alright. Aya.
This gate is like how would I say?
It's open inwards toward the courtyard.
Okay. In that case, I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna climb this wall.
It's...
If I have movement.
Like a pig shed?
Okay, it doesn't have a ceiling or anything like that?
Sure, it's like a 10-foot high ceiling, sure.
Oh.
Let me check, actually, so I'm not lying to you.
No, if not, don't worry.
Right above it are the parapets, actually. So no, it does have a ceiling, but it's not climbable per se.
Okay, in that case, I'm just gonna approach to Basilica. And while I do it, I'll draw my sword. Really like exaggerated the movement. And that's it.
What do you mean exaggerate?
Like a really wide swing. I'm not swinging my sword, I just like...
You're trying to feign a swing out of Basilica, yeah?
Yes, exactly.
You can see rage flare up on the Abbot's face as he screams, "No!" But there's a very deep resounding, almost like corruption to his voice.
And I don't know if I can do the dodge action. If it's like a taunt, forget it. That's it.
Yeah, you can hold an action to dodge option, yeah.
Yeah, because I'm waiting for him to come swing for me. So,
Basilica has a look of confusion on her face. She's trying to analyze what's going on, having just stepped outside and looking throughout, seeing the Abbot in his enraged form. Her arms are folded over her chest, where there's a very dim bluish glow that seems to ebb and crackle with electricity. As her heart quickens. She's not gonna do anything till she is triggered. The mob with Jeb follow the Abbot through the window. They have movement of 30, so move them 30. They can squeeze through anywhere where a medium creature can squeeze through, so we can say they made their way this far. And they can take a dodge, not dodge, dash action, so might as well. As far as here. Basilica's fear is only so reflected as she looks behind her, and from behind the doorway you can see the glow of torches as the crowd begins to fling things aside looking for the Abbot. Some of them begin to split off and go upstairs, some of them go toward the cellar, effectively splitting to 3 smaller groups as a third group proceeds toward the doorway to the courtyard. Nadia, it is your turn.
So you said we can't go on top of those, right?
No, unfortunately, they kind of connect with the parapets at top. The parapet's floor is the roof of these sheds. You can try. You can go ahead and climb it if you wish, but there's
I have
no
spider
roof to
climb
it.
at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Then let me readjust. 5, 10, 15. Oh, that's 15.
40.
20.
And I'm doing math.
20.
29 divided by 3.
25 right there. And then I'm going to Metamagic Quicken using 2 sorcery points to activate Mirror Image. That's as a bonus action. And then I'm going to use Ray of... No, you know what? I'll use Firebolt on the Abbot. It's 120 feet. 26?
26 against the Abbot hits. As he
5
raises the mace in front of him to block it, he does so, but a little bit of spreads out singes, and you can see like singed feathers fall from the sky. 5 fire damage.
That's 2 natural ones for me, and that is it.
Novak.
No, we're just going to step through the gate so we can have sight on the Abbot.
Right.
And they kind of say Hunter's Mark on him.
All right.
And they're going to take 2 shots with the Wolfsbane. First one, 19.
19 hits.
That's 12 piercing damage plus. That's 14 piercing on the first. Second, 11.
11 does not hit, so only the first one hits for a total of, you said 14?
Yeah, 14.
All right.
And Connell just seems to be circling below him. Just kind of like. So obviously he's not going to reach that.
Right.
But Connell's just circling below him.
I did have a Hunter's Mark token, didn't I, last session? There it is. Okay. Hunter's Mark.
Yeah, actually, Connell is just going to move to just about here, just to be in between the Abbot and Basilica. And that'll be it.
All right. With that being said, with the Abbot's agitated voice kind of booming out like thunder from the sky, you can hear bashing on the door coming from the north over yonder. Bang! Bang! And then like a freaking hand comes through the wood, shattering it, and splitting the door open as the hulking flesh golem steps out of the shadows of that wing. I'm just gonna put him on the map. Move this real quick. Yonder, that's 10 feet of movement as he charges through it, and 10 feet, and I believe their movement speed is a little bit slower than PU because they're lumbering creatures, aren't they? Nope, full throttle. Alright, cool. 5. He's gonna go ahead and see Connell and just charge toward him with arms brought forth and maw agape, just frothing with anger. As I check out if you can do anything real quick. Yeah.
And Novark and Connell get temporary. Although actually, no, I think just Novark does, and I think I don't think you actually get any because I'm 30 feet up and it's a 30-foot sphere around me, I believe. Which means,
yeah,
God,
I didn't get any of them.
I have to do geometry.
Is 30 feet the distance? I think you...
Yeah, it's a 30-foot radius around me.
Yeah, I
Which
think you
in
only
theory
give it the
means-
blights.
Okay, so one of the blights gets smashed aside. He's holding like a club made from a part of a door, and he just bashes it into its head, and you can see the various vines kind of wriggle away and kind of slough away onto the floor as its humanoid form just collapses and then shrivels up, and a little bit of red bloody mist comes off of it and absorbs back into your mace there. Yeah. So this fun blight right below Samson is dead to the flesh golem, and it stopped around with the Abbot going first. Did you figure out your 10 pin points?
Yeah, no one should actually have gotten new 10 hit points from me this round.
Alright.
Because I'm 30 feet up, and geometry sucks.
Yes. Oh, I mean,
I
like,
think
it's the same.
technically
We could
I
say
might be able
we
to
don't
flip.
do Pythagoras' theorem is the same as diagonals. It's just equal measurements. If you're vertical and you're going downwards, you can go on a slope. Like right now, I'm going 30 feet down and 30 feet over. I'm traveling 30 feet. I'm not gonna overcomplicate it with Pythagorean theorem.
In that case, then everyone... Yeah, in that case, then everyone would still get 10 hit points, because everyone's within 30 feet horizontally of me, and I'm only 30 feet up.
Circles
so
are squares. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, you can see the Abbot like hawk dive towards you.
I'm gonna stop you there quick, because he's within Spirit Guardian, so that's a Wisdom saving throw, DC 15.
Gladly. Natural 1 on
so
save.
that's 12 radiant damage to him from my little stars burning through him.
As the stars
and
begin
the
to kind of
15-foot cube or the 15-foot sphere around me that Spirit Guardian is difficult terrain for him. It
Okay,
is
so-
in general, even if he succeeded the save.
So as he hawks dives and gets pummeled with these floating spectral stars, you can see that he begins to kind of with half a mind bash them away. There is some scarring, and you can see divine blood begin to leak away and feathers singe away, but it is not as effective as you're used to it against fiends and the like. Nonetheless, it does its fair share of damage as he maneuvers over and dives toward you, Aya. So that would be... I'm rolling them. That would be a 26, 25 to hit.
I'm dodging, so the 26 hits. The 25 is a 17.
Thank you for reminding me. So 26 hits for a total of 20. 5 bludgeoning and 15 burning radiant damage as the mace hits again with a reverberating sound. There's a clash of like thunderous magic as it just explodes outwards, and there's a brief lightning-like effect to it. With that being said, difficult terrain. He, in turn, then rises 50 feet into the air to look about at the encroaching crowd looking into the chapel. You know what? Actually, it'll be more thematic for him to go around and guard Vasilka, his creation. So he's going to go ahead and maneuver to her side over yonder, guarding her with her mace. It's much more thematic. Alright, that being said, it is Samson's turn.
Okay, so I would go this way, and I'm gonna... If I touch the ground, I don't lose my flight, right? My flight lasts for... flight lasts for a minute.
Yep.
You gain a flying speed equal to your walking speed for 1 minute, so yeah, I should be able to keep...
Samson,
yeah,
I need to catch this now before I forget. He does have magical resistance, so that was a 12 on a save. It still didn't meet, but we need to catch that early, so... Still same amount of damage.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, we'll remember.
Yep.
So I will move this way, and I will bring myself down to... I'll go all the way down to the ground for now.
Okay.
Because the abbot is also on the ground, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. I'm gonna leave it at 0 feet up.
Wish there was like a scale you could put on tokens for their elevation. That would be kind of neat for D&D.
Yeah, I know I looked at doing it with numbers on the wing token, but that gives you less
Just
resolution
using
than I would
text is
like.
fine.
Yeah.
Looks-
And
have you ever seen somebody's blood when you apply like snake venom to it? It's all
no.
congealed and stuff. Anyway, sorry, I'm having fun in my own little world.
Yeah. And I will drop spiritual weapon. Where is our token for that?
Double nat 1.
Oh, double nat 1. Excellent. So I'm going to guess that misses the abbot, because I'm dropping it
Just
here,
flicks it away.
swinging at him.
Gods are against you, Samson.
Dude, there's a lot of natural ones going on.
You want me to just put a moon
It's a
token
one
on
There's
the
a
one
back?
lot of
chance.
things. Yeah, I'm not seeing where it is within our thing.
I'm giving you control over it. Is that it for your turn?
And then for my action, I'm gonna Sacred Flame the Golem guy that came out. Not Basilica, but this guy over here.
Yes. At 12 against the golem, I believe hits. Let me just double check something.
It's not... I'm not hitting. He's a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, okay, I saw 12. Dexterity save? Sure thing.
Okay, he takes nothing.
Okay. Fair enough. With that, Sacred Flame engulfs him for a moment and just shrugs it off as it begins to kind of pulse with rage and go berserk, eyeing the other Vine Blight as they kind of lock eyes and begin to duel. The Mitchell, all the while, tries to organize the mob into searching the place. He's going to spend his action kind of rummaging through the table for any evidence of where the abbot might keep his daughter, and he's kind of vocalizing this. He's like, keep an eye out for the bodies of our dead, all the while kind of pointing, trying to direct the crowd, again, downwards, down the stairs, and upwards towards the belfry, and the rest of them into the courtyard, the chaos beyond. With that being said, Jeb, it is your turn.
Jeb is going to... These windows are broken now, right?
Yeah, we can say that.
Yeah.
Suffer a fair bit of damage.
Jeb is going to run at the abbot full speed and shout, Dimitri, look out! One of those creatures are coming in from the window, and try to stab him in the back.
Okay, so Dimitri turns around. He has like a long sword that he unsheaths and assumes a very... You were asking about his like battle prowess. It's a very veteran stance that he assumes.
Uh-oh.
So, nonetheless, you can go ahead. It is your turn to hit with that.
Yeah, he's gonna just attempt to...
The dice will tell. Yeah.
I click... Oh, sorry.
I'm pretty sure Dimitri is like, oh, nice.
Oof.
He's
Nice.
Veteran level 20.
So on edge is he, so like taking in his surroundings and cut off with the crowd that it does hit for... What's your total there? Probably more than 9, isn't it?
14 plus 10,
As the
24.
crowd continues onwards, you can hear the steps, up the steps, and down steps, and into the courtyard. You just knock him out.
And as soon as he hits the ground, I shout, "One of the beasts attacked Dimitri. He's out. We have to get him for help. We have to get help." And I'm standing over him, like I immediately drop the rapier and I hold him, I try to look like I'm like hovering over and protecting him, and I just shout at the crowd, "We need to get help."
A panic crowd looks around, looks at the ceiling, looks throughout this room, seeing nothing. Go ahead and roll me performance or persuasion, whichever one you believe is appropriate for this. As just these ones fall back, try and help you. Yeah, no, you've managed to convince them. They take care of their own, they take care of their leader as the two other groups proceed down the stairs. This one turns heel to help you on the return. Anything else you wish to do?
He's just gonna like play up the we have to get him to safety. One of the creatures got him, just crying, like hysterical, and
Right.
like, I don't want to die. We have to get help. Blah blah blah.
Right. Okay, yeah, it is your turn while he's doing that.
Okay, she'll put like a hand on her wounds and cast Lay of Hands. I'll tell you how many points, or I'll do it. And that's an action. And as bonus action, I'll use Shield Fate. So some of the air is gonna start like circling around, like creating an aura. Putting some on her armor, especially in the part that just got broken.
Fair enough. Shield of Faith.
Fine.
Yeah, let me look for it.
I believe it's just +2.
Yeah, +2.
Yeah.
Don't
You
forget to
think
put it
don't
under
remember,
modifiers.
all your guys also act on your turn. Your menagerie.
Yeah, well, one is dead, and the other one, if it does it, it can get pretty bad for the party. But, okay. I'm assuming Blossom was over here, around this area?
Blossoms are right over yonder.
Okay. Okay, no, difficult. No. She's gonna pretend to be a bush. Stay there. Dodge.
Okay, so she hugs the wall, trying to meld in. Unfortunately, almost call him Meat Boy. The flesh golem has already like unlocked eyes with her, having bashed the first one in, so he knows where she's at. We're gonna have her blend in. She'll follow your command.
She's dodging. That's the
Dodging.
like,
Gotcha. Okay. Alrighty then.
And then, is your steed doing anything? Sorry, I don't know. I just want to make sure
it's
you
not
remember
doing-
that your steed exists.
Yeah, I'm aware of this. But steeds are extremely fragile. Okay, guys.
Yeah, fully understand. Since they're not in
It's
the
a little
initiative
scary.
tracker.
Yeah. No, it's not doing anything.
Okay. It's gone. Guard the door. Alrighty then. Jeb, you see the mob approach you, and seeing their leader on the ground, some of them begin to look around the room for this said beast. Where has it gone? Where is it? Damn it! They begin to point torches towards shadows, looking throughout this room. You want a brief description of this room, or are you good on improvising?
I'm good with the improvisation. He would also just say, there, and then like quickly look out the window. He's just trying to like panic, and then just like just try to stir up their paranoia and just pure like I just saw it at the corner of my. It's over there. No, it's over there.
Still using your persuasion from last round, it's very much effective as you manage to distract them long enough to spare them from going to the courtyard. Meanwhile, Dimitri is, unconscious on the ground. Some begin to see to him. They find like a wine cast on the table of yonder and try and like dampen a cloth to put over his head and whatever. I don't know how to treat an unconscious person, but they do it. I only work in a hospital. I don't know how to treat an unconscious person.
Warm towels.
Meanwhile, this mob of yonder disappears downstairs as they move downwards, and this one disappears upstairs, out of view. With that being said, Nadia, it is your turn.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to cast Command on the Flesh Golem, and I will yell Betray on the Flesh Golem.
What does second level do?
That's at second level?
Just
Oh,
a
it should be
second
at
level
first. I
higher,
don't know
yeah.
why that.
That's fine. Alright, so he fails it.
Higher level is additional targets.
Oh,
if you
I
want
only
to.
casted it just at first level. I'm not sure why I came in at that. It might just be the input command on D&D Beyond or
That's
something.
fine.
But
That's fine. As you say the word betray and comes out, he stops in his tracks and with a very dumbfounded look and wide eye, he processes the command and turns toward the well and just like breaks away a stone, looks down the well and just smashes it downwards, and you can hear the crunch of a skull, and shortly thereafter something plop into the water beneath, and then he just kind of turns around and throws a stone toward the abbot, in which it just sails past Samson, past Connell, and toward the abbot. I'm gonna go ahead with this sheer brute force, roll a slam attack at range with the stone. That's appropriate. The abbot just kind of lifts the mace quickly and just bashes the stone away, but that's the golem's turn, wasted nonetheless.
So,
Mhm.
on the start of its turn, it would have had to roll a wisdom save against Spirit Guardians.
At the same time, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. That will be a natural 20. Still half,
So it will succeed, but it takes half of 15.
which is 7? Yes.
Yeah, 7 if you round down. Yep. And Nadia, you'll get 10 temp at the end of your turn.
word. That was my action. My bonus action. There's not a whole lot of.
There's no reason for him to do it at range. He has 2 attacks. He can split his attacks between. Following with the reason trade, it'd be more reason for him to hit the abbot at melee range. Gonna move him through difficult terrain. at
He's
his
not
full
going to be able
speed.
to make it because it's.
Yeah, he's gonna move as far as here. But in his rage, he's just gonna lumber over to the abbot and just throw that stone, all the while moving toward him through those stars.
Command
As
last?
far as command is
lasts
just
one
for.
turn.
Yeah. And then as my bonus action, I'm just going to use Tempestuous Magic and just kind of cling to the sides of this parapet 10 feet, if it
Are you
allows.
climbing 10 feet? Like, you can use your movement to climb up, yeah. The stalls are 10
Any
feet,
other-
and then the parapets connect to them, and the wall is 20 feet high, so the parapet is 20 feet. However much movement you want to sacrifice.
Let's just do 5, 10, and then I'll actually cling to the top of the wall
So 20
with
feet.
Tempestuous
Sure.
Magic. Sure.
Okay. on the parapets. You want a map for the parapets, guys, or are you good with the ground?
Ground is good.
Okay, cool.
Yeah,
For me.
That's fine.
Novark then.
And Novar's just going to make his way down to here. Just I guess the golem's currently on their side, yeah.
Until the end of his
For
turn.
now.
4, 6
Yeah.
seconds.
Okay, Connell is going to run down to... I'll attack with Connell first. Connell's going to run down to here. And it'll be advantage pat tactics. 9. Nothing. Okay, and then Novar's going to take both his shots at the Abbot.
All right.
First,
so with Hunter's
20
Mark. Hits.
for 9.
All right.
And next... 9.
Okay, so I have 9 total
So-
damage piercing.
Yep, that's it. And that'll be the end of my turn.
And Novark and Abbot.
Oh.
Flying damage. Alrighty then. As the one shot pierces through the wing, and he seems to bat it away with the other wing, kind of shield himself a cloak, and with a gust of wind, bringing the wing outwards and preparing for another swing. The golem. How does command work? It acts on its turn, correct? I mean, I'm mistaken.
Yeah, I think you
I can-
basically
I can
move
make
it
it.
turned up.
Okay.
I think like it shouldn't do anything now.
It acts.
because he
It
already
acts
did.
on its turn. That was my fault. But that's fine. It misses its turn. It is now the Abbot's. All right.
And remember, he rolls at advantage against this.
A wisdom save, not a wisdom check. What did I get there? On the bottom of the page. That'll be a 15 to
And
save.
he's 8, so he takes 4 radiant. Because that's half of. So I believe realistically,
Just give me the full
takes
amount.
2. He's also risen. 8.
Okay,
8
thanks.
total is what I rolled.
So much easier for keeping the same format. All right. With that
Yeah.
being said, shaking off the radiant damage, he's going to get ahead and target first Connell. Be at peace. And swing it for 19 to hit.
That's a hit.
29 against
29.
Connell as he then kind of dashes between him and Vasilka to guard her. He's going to go ahead and swing at you, Aya, for 23 to hit.
That's hits.
If you take radiant damage at full, that'll be a total of 22. I'll go ahead and move yonder in front of Vasilka. Sorry, I'm just reading here something. What is it? Half movement? Yeah. Okay. Do you get opportunity attacks on spiritual weapons, Samson?
Honestly, have no clue. I don't think so.
Okay, look it up for me. It's not as urgent, but I just want to know. He's gonna go ahead and grab Vasilka and start making his way into the abbey, and just gonna use his movement to push her inside, and then assume position at the door. Looking inside, seeing the mob there, looking at you. You can see by his expression that he judges you as the higher priority target. With that being said, Samson, it is your turn.
And I would say from my read of it, I do not get attacks of opportunity with spiritual weapon.
Yeah, wouldn't Connell get an attack opportunity and here?
Yes.
Or, yeah. Okay, and he would take it. Still back at 22.
Yep. That hits.
And 13 slashing.
Thank you.
I think I'll do it too.
It's your reaction. 21 to hit hits true as the blade silvered slices through a wing. You can see divine blight spray across the wall for a total of with a bludgeoning damage.
Yeah, 13 total.
This once per
13.
turn, so we're top of round. So all right, 13. Gotcha. Samson.
But
Uh,
no, some.
so I would move up to there. And bonus action, bring in the spiritual weapon to try and hit the abbot again. For 19.
19 hits.
So 5 force damage.
Okay.
As the shape of the moon swings around and gets him in the
Lodges him, yeah.
stomach. And then for my action, I will go ahead and Sacred Flame the golem next to me. So DC 15 Dexterity saving throw.
$14.
Okay, so he takes 12 radiant damage then. And want to stay on the ground. I will stay on the ground. So that'll be my turn.
Dimitri's unconscious and out of this combat. Jeb, it is your turn.
So the other two crowds went up and down, right?
Correct. These stairs go downwards. These stairs go upwards to where what looks to be a belfry.
He is going to just say, "You guys protect Dimitri. I'm gonna try to warn the others." And then he's going to run up, and then just as he's running away, he's going to just point like, "Look over there, quick!" And then just like run up.
Right.
Like just run away. Just keep the paranoia up.
You do that just as the abbot shoves this pale face. Have you ever seen Vasilica before? Did I ever describe what she looks like?
You have not. I assume she's beautiful. She's one of the non-mongrel creations.
She is a very, very unhumanly tall, pale-faced woman with raven black hair, dressed in what looks like to be a black bridal wedding dress. And he's shoving her inside, protecting his creation, all the while kind of assess the situation, and what's before him is a greater threat. But Vasilka stands there, straight back with a look of confusion on her face that grows into this boiling anger, almost like a child's tantrum.
He immediately drops, assuming there's no villagers within eyesight.
Right.
He immediately drops the visage, and then he's going to walk up to her, put a hand on her mouth, and put a hand to his, and just say, "Be quiet, they're nearby."
As you reach up and you place a hand, she is icy cold to the touch, and she doesn't flinch away from your contact. She's unnaturally still, unbreathing. There's no breath on your hand. It's eerie. I mean, you're whispering. Are you trying to like stealthily whisper so you're not detected by the abbot?
Yeah, I'm trying to be as quiet where she can hear me, but like not up or down the stairs. The abbot can hear me. He's not being that quiet. He's just making sure she can hear me over like the fury of battle, but not loud enough to echo up and down the stairs.
The abbot just looks at you and is like, "Do not lay a hand on her." And you've captured his aggro at this point, where he prepares to swing at you next.
Okay.
All right.
He heard what I said though. He sees what I'm doing. Like I have a hand on her mouth, finger on my lips. I have no weapon in my hands.
This is a man getting attacked.
No, yeah. He can do what he wants. I just wanted to explain. I just wanted to contextualize what I was doing.
And to her, you said like they're nearby, yeah?
I said,
they're close.
Be quiet. They are nearby.
Okay. She doesn't mumble a word. Yeah.
Okay. With Eileen is gonna charge, and she's gonna try to to trample the golem. If you want sound effects.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Bang.
You did better. So hit for attack. Ram. 14.
Hits.
Okay.
Kind of shaking off its spell. It's not quick enough to dodge out of the way. As what did you roll there? 7 bonus damage.
Yeah, and the damage. Sorry.
I'm looking it up as well. I'm looking it up the sheet.
1d6 plus.
I see what you did. So click on attack. Because so it'll be. I'll take the 6, but in future, it's 6 plus 7 bonus damage because charge.
And it's 6 plus 3, I think. The damage.
Well, you
I
rolled
think so.
this d6. You roll a 6 plus the bonus damage of 7. So 6 plus 7.
Plus 3 flat of his strength.
Yeah, so when you rolled damage, it was a d6 plus 3. So if you're taking this roll of a 6, that would be a
Total
9
plus
7.
16 total.
Yeah. Target
And
execution must succeed. Yeah.
he has to do DC 13 of strength or fall prone.
So he managed to stay upright, but he does suffer that charge getting rammed. You can hear flesh tear as the stitches tear open and muscle begins to bleed. He receives that full brunt of damage. Let me just read something real quick.
I don't know why I cannot roll the damage of the attack.
We ruled it. All good.
I don't know. Yeah, I know, but I can only press RAM. I don't know. Not important, really.
Okay. That's that.
And with Ea, I'm gonna start attacking the Abbot. I'm gonna move here. I'm gonna launch at him with the sword, trying to cut one of his wings.
Swing with an undercut, but he manages to kind of meet your blade halfway, blocking it with the mace, and then just parrying it aside. You can try for a second hit if you wish.
Oh my, he's really handy.
And he just pushes you aside with one wing as he then focuses his attention back toward Jeb.
And I'm only gonna move Blossom a little bit here.
Okay.
That's it.
So Ea, Blossom, Steed.
Alright.
Don't stop giving to me, please.
Yeah.
Hey, so long as you're in range, you get it.
Jeb, as you place...
I please let you have it.
As you place your hand upon Vasilka, I'm trying to find a handout first. You can see her in her full stature, but where did I have it? You guys remember?
It was the picture that I remember what it looked like. I don't know where.
You guys find it, let me know, and I can let me know in which folder it is, and I'll show her. But as you place your hand on her lips, just trying to shush her, she, in her confusion, looks at you with a kind of a mute, dull glare, and her hand slowly comes up to yours, and she then grasps, and you can hear your knuckles being to snap and crackle with the grip of it, as she looks toward the rest of your party, and there's a growl of anger boiling inside, and you can feel the pump of blood, cold blood through her veins. She's gonna go ahead and push you backwards. So I'm gonna have you roll me either
Strength save?
I guess it's a strength save because it's an effect against you. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not passing this.
That's alright.
Yeah, 0.
Immediately get pushed back 10 feet by her by a shove as she looks toward Ea, and with a roar just slams her fist into you as you're trying to recover from the Abbot's bashes away. She's gonna go ahead and where is her stat block? There it is. Just making sure I don't miss anything. Okay. Yeah, against you we have a 19
Miss.
and a 14.
Yeah, both misses.
Right. You manage to parry away those as she begins to berserk. The mob, horrified, seeing you, Jeb, being knocked back, they are going to go ahead and roll a wisdom check to see if they're feared away by the sight of what they're witnessing. As Nadia, you go ahead and start thinking about your turn.
So one tack I will say, at the end of Vasilka's turn, I want to end a frighten effect on her using Twilight Sanctuary. I have no idea if it'll do anything.
I don't think she's within your
I don't
I'm
expect it to. Twilight Sanctuary is 30 feet.
Oh, right, it's gray zone.
Yeah, it's the gray zone. The blue zone. The blue
you can do
purple
that as a
zone
reaction?
is Guardian. End of turn. It's end of anyone's turn
Her turn?
within the sanctuary. Yes,
Wow.
end of. At the
You
end
grant
of
the
every
creature one
person
of these
within.
benefits. You grant temporary hit points plus critical. You end one effect, causing it to be charmed or frightened.
Charmed or frightened. So I choose to end a charm or frighten effect on Basilica.
She's neither.
I have no idea if it does anything.
Okay, you
I'm
attempt.
assuming it's not.
Yeah, it's not fear you see on her face. It's rage, it's anger at these intruders, clearly unwelcome guests in her home.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mob stays resolute. Kind of, some of them begin to like lift Dimitri, and you can see about 16 people working together as a group. Some of them lifting Dimitri, some of them guarding, as they send runners to down the stairs and up the stairs to say, "Fall back. This is more than we expected." So they're gonna be with Dimitri, and they're gonna start carrying him outwards. This group over yonder, and runners have been sent downstairs and upstairs. Nadia, it is your turn as you're 20 feet up on the parapets over there.
Yep. I'm going to just kind of like run along the wall. So like 5, 10, 15. I'll end there for now. And then since I'm higher up, just kind of hanging off, I will use. Let me go down here and find it. You know what? Fuck it. I'll send a chromatic orb of 3rd level at the Abbot. Oh. 22?
22 hits the Abbot.
Cool. I'll burn Channel Divinity with this as well. God, lightning, please. So it's actually a total of 5, that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, a total of 40 damage. So I'll burn Channel Divinity with it.
Flavor it as you bring him to like a bloody state.
Cool. So, as I'm running across the wall, I'm holding my my left palm out, running, and I'm just kind of like pulling with my right hand out like this giant like lightning kind of like throwing small little spear. And as I come to a stop, I huck it, pull back, and then just like send it right at him, like right at his, like right kind of below.
Just send it, bud.
Just fucking send it, brother.
Brother. Alright, you said 40 total damage?
Yeah, 40 because I burned Channel with it.
Thank you. As he catches it with this mace, it begins to conduct it down his arm. You begin to see scarring upon his divine flesh. The mirror-like shattered glass surface of it cracking even further as lightning-like patterns begin to form down his singed arm and up his chest and up his neck. As he leans against the wall, smoldering away, he looks throughout and says, "No, my work. Enough." And I mean, he's going to act on his turn, right? I can cheat. He doesn't have legendary actions. Novak, go ahead on your turn.
Novar's first. He's just going to like hold his crossbow up, and he just says, "You leave, or your work ends." Yeah, he's just like before he, but his fingers on the trigger. He's, like talking to him is a free action, right?
Yeah.
If I remember correct. Yeah. So he's just trying to remark what he says to that.
Give me 5 seconds, please.
Yeah, I wasn't done. Sorry, it's just it's no, it's just he's just like either leave, we kill you, and I burn this place to the ground with the mongrels with it. So it's a bit of a threat.
Right. We are all one with darkness. Can't let you in. Not like this.
So he's not forgiven up.
No. Lasers in.
Yeah, okay. 2 shots.
Alright.
So first one, that's a 26. So
Yeah.
that's 6 damage with Hunter's Mark. Second shot, it's a 10, so that'll be a miss. And Connell's just going to join next to Aya and go for a maul. It's a 19
That hits.
for another 7. So altogether 13 damage.
Gotcha. As he bashes Connell away with his wing after the bite. Again, bloodied on his last fighting legs, he looks around, desperate. You see glow begin to form in his offhand. The mace on the ground, dragging behind him as he tries to stand upright, and there's a very bright, radiant glow spreading from his scarred side. Novak, is that it for your turn?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. The flesh golem over behind you, Samson, is gonna go ahead and grab you by the shoulders and try to like bring you prone onto the ground. I'm gonna have you contest athletics.
Yeah, and he's also gonna get a
Wisdom save.
so athletics.
Full 17
So
damage. to him.
17 radiant damage to him, and I hit a 15 on my athletics.
You manage to stay upright as he then will use his other attack action to slam. We have a
That
4 hit.
hits. So this will be minus there, and I lose those, and I need to make a concentration saving throw.
Yep.
I took 16 damage. Easily. Okay, cool.
Alright, the abbot then clings to this orb of light within this muted light and touches where the lightning has stricken, and he begins to see glass-like cracks reverse himself and flesh reform as he... I have to roll it. Oh, that's a pain. Okay. 48.
What? He has healing!
Yeah.
As
God.
some damage heals. He's like, how dare... He's like seeing an enemy Dark Souls like shrink up a flask, and it's like, how dare you?
How dare you?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, also, if in that text you just put double brackets, you can get it to roll.
Like,
in the
that's...
next text.
Yeah.
I do that all
I'll
the
do that
time.
for other bosses next time. Alright.
And he's being clipped by the 50-foot
reaches him.
radius. I don't. So remember he's at advantage on this.
Again,
so
wisdom
is-
save, not wisdom check. So that'll be a natural 20 to save against it. Still have damage.
15 radiant damage.
Okay. Jeb, as you begin to kind of prop yourself back up, you can see the abbot's form fly through the window, grabbing Vasilika, trying to calm her down as he's flying. He's going to go ahead and I think make it all the way to you. Yeah, with half his movement. Well, maybe he has flight, but whatever. With Vasilika.
There'll be an
What's up?
attack opportunity
Yes.
since he's
If
leaving.
you want to stop it around, Aya, if you want to take a opportunity, and then you as well, Connell.
21. 4, 9.
Oh my. I tried to swing the sword to his leg to make him stay, but I think
I think A is just conflicted about fighting the Abbot.
Clings against the stone wall.
Good.
Meanwhile, the Colonel, like, with his maw, clings to wing and just begins to tear at it and like takes half the wing off. Limping towards you, Jeb, he looks toward the crowd and just goes, "You could have been all saved. Salvation was so close." He's gonna go ahead and bring the mace down upon you. I have
Advantage because I'm prone, I guess.
I was doing it for flavor. But,
Oh, okay, yeah. 13. No, actually hits my. Wait, just let me double check. No, because I'm wearing leather armor, that magically misses.
I mean, not magically.
We-
You can
we
like
told you,
roll
man.
rolling out of the way. It hits the stone floor with a resonant crack. And the crowd just kind of steps back, and some of them begin to flee out of the window, seeing this angelic figure before them.
Oh,
What?
and Samson can't see it. Samson can't see that the armor saved Jeb.
yeah.
Yeah, but I'm still expecting you just heard a very girlish scream.
Oh yeah, no, like
I'm
it's,
sure.
it's shrill.
16.
Well, 16 would definitely hit.
Okay. You managed.
He's
to...
not unconscious.
Right. It just comes down upon your leg, and you hear a nasty snap as it just tears and fractures a bone in your leg.
You hear a falsetto scream.
Falsetto.
Yeah, it's just like 4 octaves up.
The Abbot got one of the girl farmers.
Yeah. Oh no, the women, the children, the horror. Samson, it is your turn.
So on the end of the Abbot's turn, I'm going to do something I thought I hadn't thought of until now. I'm going to do the same end charm effect, but I'm going to target the Abbot. I'm again assuming it will do nothing,
Not
but
charm, not fight.
that's what I figured.
Yeah.
So hearing this, Samson is going to go ahead and actually I'm going to action disengage and move this way to
Okay.
keep the Abbot within range. And bonus action will be to bring the... Because I see Jeb is still standing.
I mean,
Right.
yeah, like he's.
In a sense
It's
of
really-
the word standing.
It's really up
Yeah,
to
he's
Jeb at
not
this point.
dead.
I can't fairly put him on thrown on the ground, but I like flavor. It's really up to him. Really.
No, I'm happy to be. It wouldn't have mattered much anyways, but I'm happy to be prone on the ground because
Okay.
I got a 0, so it makes sense for me to be prone on the ground.
Yeah.
But Jeb is not dead to Samson's.
No.
Or Jeb is still active and moving, so spiritual weapon will come zooming in
through the doorway. Yep.
and try and hit him at this point probably in the square of the back.
Jeb,
For
right?
15. No, the Abbot.
Just put him out of his misery.
Just like a horse with a broken leg, just bash him. A
Yes.
15.
Oh no, if I was going for Jeb, I hit the head.
Yeah. As the orb goes through, the wings come about the Abbot, protecting him in a cocoon. It 15 is a no hit.
Okay. That's everything for me.
Okay, Jeb, it is your turn.
Jeb, clearly not being a fighter, is going to do the best thing he can, which is marketing. He's going to use his action to turn into. Sorry, what was her name again?
Basilica.
Basilica.
Basilica. He'll turn into her and exaggerate the wound on his knee and, like, become like a bloodied up version of her. And just look at him with, like, pathetically, with her face, bloodied up, clothes slightly torn, and just say,
In the chaos of battle, he turns to see this ghastly sight. Rule me. Whatever you think is proper, I think. What is it?
persuasion,
Persuasion,
performance, like, whatever.
Persuasion is probably very appropriate for this.
And he would just say, like, you've strayed from your path. You're risking her life. Unnecessarily. You need to get back to your work. In Jeb's voice. He's not pretending to be her. He's using the spell
giving
to,
you
like...
advantage now. That's really good. I will give you Do you have inspiration?
I do not have inspiration.
You get it. That's really good.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah.
With a 19, you can see his mace hand quiver. He's like, my work. Lord, forgive me. I didn't mean to. He gives in to the madness, looking at you, looking at Vasilka, and then looking toward the people with that same glance, seeing his work all throughout now. Right.
And Jeb is just going to, for flavor, exaggeratedly limp to his feet, like
Right.
knee bent, like, so he's not prone anymore.
Gotcha.
And then he would just, if you'll let me, he'll try to put a hand on his shoulder. Not aggressively, just like put a hand on his shoulder.
Yeah, absolutely. We must go. All the while, you can hear the crowd flee. Some of them step up the steps and then, like, cower away in the shadows. There's movement upstairs, but they steer away from combat. And the abbot, all the while, drops the mace onto the ground. We're out of combat.
Yeah, if you'll let me, when he drops the mace, Jeb will embrace him.
And Jeb gets 10 temporary hit points at every turn.
With the growing stillness, you can see the two flesh golem, both the true Vasilka and the one outside, heed the master's... What's up?
I hate to say this, but there is a slight problem because I've put both the Abbot and Vasilka in range of my Spirit Guardians.
Yeah, but they're designated targets, so you can choose to drop it if you really want to. If you don't want to, we'll continue combat.
Yeah. So if I see the Abbot drop his mace and turn it like that, I will go ahead.
You think the Abbot cares about your radiant damage?
I'm more concerned about the fact that it would hit Vasilka as well, because I feel like that might cause real problems. So I will be dropping Spirit Guardians.
As you are embracing the Abbot, he seems to realize that the path he's on will only lead to either the ruin of his work or his own demise. Now convinced that you are a true challenge, he drops to his knees, bringing Jeb with him. The people begin to flee, and he lets them go unharmed. And then he just looks up toward the rest of you. Where would you have me go?
Have places. He just slowly, like, fade the shadow. We have places. We have a place you can go with your children temporarily, but it's safe. And then in a few days, we might have a place for you to continue your work. With friends, with those who understand the service to Strahd.
You would be so disappointed in me. I failed him.
You've only failed him if you've given up. He doesn't have to hear about this transgression. Until your work is finished, you have not fully failed him.
Before you is a broken man. While you're trying to reason with him, you can see the strain now that he is past rage, growing into almost a measure of surrender, full-on surrender.
Just puts a hand to his face. This is not the time to give up. There is much work to be done. You must be strong for your children. They need direction, and the journey will be long and fraught with danger. If you cannot be strong for yourself, be strong for them. They will need you for what is to come.
So, in short, where are you suggesting to take them? Where are you providing them sanctuary?
The cave is out. The cave's not
The-
ours, right?
The cave's not empty. The thing is, like, for all we know, other werewolves have actually returned there.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, this is what Jeb, he's just gonna, like, assume, he's gonna try to get housing in Vallaki, hoping Wachter has, just, like, a derelict safe house. And then parlay maybe the manor down the road.
I have an idea. Like, they can go to Balaki. It's close by. The change in the city should happen soon, so they don't have to do a long journey. Sorry, it will only take a few minutes after everything settles.
You see the abbot's wings kind of fold onto themselves, forming back into his vestments and his papal clothes. He turns toward. I'm assuming, Jeb, you're still in your masked form, right?
He would, as he's talking about duty and everything, he'd slowly fade. Like, he'd wipe the shadow away to Jeb to show him that he's not trying to, like, harp on the damaged, like, hurt version, to not, like, twist the knife much further. To show that, like, I gave you the image, but I'm not torturing you with the image.
We cannot stay here. You would
It's not
not
safe.
have me stay here.
It's not safe. You saw what they did. I did what I could by stopping the others. I even removed Dimitri from the situation. And then he would exaggerate his very broken leg. Despite what you did to me, I did nothing but protect your daughter and your children. My compatriots were a bit more aggressive, but I did nothing to you and your kin. I hope that earns us a modicum of trust. We can move forward from this.
Trust. I'm afraid I cannot trust anybody but myself. But I'll have you have your way. I will leave these people to the doom. Seek someplace else. My work must be complete. But if I stay here, that'll be the end of me. So I leave.
You saw what they did to your home. They're not worthy of your salvation.
He looks at the wreckage throughout the broken windows.
These are not the
Animals.
people who are worthy of your mercy. Of your mercy.
Perhaps you're right. I must try. For my duty transcends the minds of men. It was bestowed upon me by greater beings. I shall depart, taking my work with me. Someplace solace.
Shall,
If you would let
we
me
are
go,
good.
if you would let me go, I would only ask that you do not follow.
That is up to you. If you wish, we could attempt to find you lodgings for you and your children in Vallaki. If you wish to continue it in private where we do not know, then I wish you a good journey, a good safe journey.
Essentially, the abbot is fearful that the circle is gonna come to fruition again.
Yeah.
People are gonna find out
Yeah.
what he's on, not understand, and this will only just repeat, putting Vasilka in danger once more.
Of course, he's and what Jeb, he's not really trying to convince him. He's essentially trying to do the I didn't attack you. I'm a neutral party to this, neutral / semi-beneficial party.
Right.
him personally. So like if he's going just as a, and he'll just keep agreeing with him and like nurturing his like paranoia and fear. Like, if
Madness,
you want to
yeah.
go, yeah. If you want to go, go. Like that sounds like a good idea. If it's safe, that's safe. No one's worth it. Your work's most important type deal.
I will say that I'm assuming this has been more than a minute of conversation, so Sanctuary would be down, but I would have been dishing out hit points for the remaining 8 rounds that I had of Sanctuary, so I'm assuming that means everyone's got 12 temps, and I'm going to include Basilica in that. I think she would feel something about that, but I don't think it's anything visual, so I don't know if the Abbot would see or care.
And just to add it, Jeb's just gonna stand up and look at Basilica, and even though he put a hand, he won't touch her. He'll just whisper to her, I'm sorry that I touched you. I was just trying to protect you from the mob. I apologize for any transgressions I might have done. And he just gives her a respectful bow. In full view of the Abbot, playing up the role.
You are injured, my friend. Follow me if you will. I pay you in kind for your understanding, for letting me and my own leave this place. I must practice humility, remain humble in this defeat. But I shall not leave you a broken man. And the Abbot leaves Jeb with his broken leg on the ground and proceeds towards the door, not realizing Jeb cannot probably walk
Yeah.
without help or anything. He's kind of blind to human needs. The Abbot proceeds toward the flesh golem. Yes.
So if Jeb is in need of healing in order to move, see that he's not able to stand, Timson would drop a healing word to get him up.
Yeah, he's limping. Did he drop his mace? Like, did he pick up his mace?
The mace is on the ground, yes.
Jeb picks it up, and he just limped towards the window. He's not, like, trying to steal it. He's, like, holding it in his hand, just looking out the window to see what the Abbot is doing.
It's the door. But yeah.
Actually, as the Abbot, like, passing over, Nova would just kind of say, and would say, do you truly believe a bride would stop Strahd? Down the heart, do you truly believe that?
He turns to you, solemn. Something must.
Then what if we took the fight to Strahd? Would you not join us?
No. I'm not what I used to be. I used to be good, radiant, servant of light. I can't even best you. What hope do I stand against somebody like the Dark Lord himself? As he's speaking to
On your own?
Yeah.
On your own? Maybe not. But together? Who knows?
Without hope, none. With hope, some.
And what then? Look to this land. Do you not see how it is born of evil, reigned by evil, fed by evil?
Yes.
With Strahd
Everything in this
removed
land
from
is
power,
evil.
what feeds the land?
Even as long as 10 good men stand strong, the fight for freedom will never end.
I was hoping to save him. Save him from his curse, spare this land from its evils. The path
He's
you
been
walk
lost
will only
for a
lead
long
to further
time.
ruination. Seek to remove him from power. But you don't see that when you remove the heart, and as he says it, he reaches into the golem and into the chest. The golem, meanwhile, stands perfectly still as if under the will of the Abbot, and he pulls away the muscles. You can hear veins kind of tear as he pulls out a heart, and the golem collapses where it stands. Move the heart. Man dies. He is the ancient. He is the land. what will replace in his stead? Crushes the heart in his fist, and as the blood spews, it begins to kind of hover around his fist and glow, turning from crimson to pure crystalline white. As he then maneuvers his hand toward Jeb's direction, the purified crystalline blood ebbs toward your wounds, Jeb, and to your very disgust, you have white blood congealing to your body. If you were to clutch at your wounds, if you were to try and stop it, it just slips through the fingers. And this warm sensation then makes the pain ebb away. You get healed for 48 plus 2.
He doesn't even have that much. He's full.
Yes.
Oh, he's healed up to full.
Yeah, the
And then
bone
some.
stitches them back together. The flesh up on the leg is then brought together as well. Pain ebbs away. The golem is dead.
So what you're basically saying, remove Strahd, then this land won't survive, so someone has to take his place.
I was trying to avoid just that. Providing him a bride, providing him that which he covets, perhaps it will spare the land of that which haunts it. I don't see any other way. I've spent years trying to find another way.
Why does this land require Strahd to live when everywhere where I'm from does not require a single being to control it, to
I do
allow it to
not
continue?
know where you come from. This land operates under his power. It is trapped by his curse and will be freed by the removal of that curse. As it began, so it must end. I was simply trying to finish that which never got to finish. A union between the bride and the master.
So just killing him won't remove the curse, is that what you're saying?
I think that by purging away one evil, you will only have it replaced by another.
You say like you tried to do what it couldn't be done. What bride are you talking about?
Yes, Strahd has several, because I think we know at this point that Strahd
A man
has brides.
starving for morsels will never be sated by dust. Must be provided that which he covets, though he takes on many brides, many companions. He will never fill the void within his heart that made him who he is today. By making him a bride, by working on the perfect bride, is hoping to end the curse. I still do. People will call me mad for what I do, but my methods transcend a reason. Supplant their understanding. Beauty.
I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest. If you could make the perfect bride, every man in this bloody world will be lining up to get one.
I'm not trying to serve every man. I'm just trying to sate the one.
I suppose the question is, if it's taken this long, does he even know what he wants?
The
Or
Abbot
is
does not
that
have an
self-
answer to that question.
I know.
I always thought humanity to be a simple creatures. I see now that even someone as I can underestimate you.
Yes.
I shall depart. I understand your intention to take me away from here and place me in another town, but the cycle will only begin anew. I've seen it before, and I only wish to complete the work. I believe I am close. I believe I know what must be done. If you would spare me, I shall travel southward to the mountains. I cannot disclose my location further if I wish to remain alone.
Yeah, of course. Jeb would say, that is fine, though we might have need of, if you would give us some way of contacting you if we need, we shall not bother you.
Need to. Needed,
and then
I can reach you.
And then he would show, you'll need this to protect your children. Holding up the mace very weakly and being barely
It's kind of like watching you lift Mjolnir. You're holding it with all your effort, and he just picks it up with like barely a hand and just looks at it. Perhaps force is not the answer. Turns his hand, dissipates away in flame, melts like gold, melting away into liquid and evaporating into the air with flecks of gold upon the wind.
He just smiles, and at the end of the day, it was not my party's violence that changed you, it was your love for your children.
You contact me. Why? Why do you wish to keep helping me? You oppose me. He's clearly confused in his emotions.
We shall not bother you with trivialities, though. And he just gestures to his leg. Your abilities are far beyond ours. In an emergency, we might need your help if you are willing to help us. We will not bother you with such trivialities as minor scrapes, but our ends are similar. We just hope for an end to this, and he just gestures all around him.
And besides, we have at least some likelihood of dealing more with Strahd. If we find out what he seeks,
Do
I
you
can potentially
truly
let you know.
wish to see how this ends? I have seldom much to fear. If my end comes, I ascend back to the mountains of Celestia, away from this domain. I can only hope. I fear that is not the case for you. Your fate, should you be vanquished, is much worse than that. But do you truly wish to see how this ends? This path of yours that you wish to take?
We don't have a choice. We can't go anywhere. We might as well do something productive with our time.
Yes.
The
My
Abbot
duty is to stand
recognizes your tenacity or your path, just as he was tenacious in his. He brings his hand to his neck and lifts what looks to be a chain, at the end of which is a religious pendant shaped like a sunburst with a whole bunch of religious engravings around a red gem at the center. The engravings features various gods, anywhere from Faerun to other realms, all throughout a unitary symbol of faith that he takes off his neck and presents to you. Been a guardian of this for many years. I have kept it in my possession if it ever came that my plans fail. It seems that that day has come. If your words are true and my bride is for naught, perhaps your path is the way then. In my departure, I will take everything with me but this. This I give to you, and may it find its way then into the hands of that which removes Strahd from power.
He'd take it graciously. Thank you. I'll make sure this is put to good use. Do I recognize it? I'm proficient in history and religion. Yeah, I'm proficient in history and no, not religion. Just does it remind me of anything? Do you have any idea what this is? Arcana as well.
It seems to be roll me Arcana if you don't mind. Arcana or religion, up to you.
Not religious, but knows magic boys.
Right. From your years of studying various relics, you might have heard about certain groups, societies, and cults that deal with the contacting of the other side of the phasmal planes, the realm of ghouls and ghosts and the undead. While dealing with those with those creatures in their seances and rituals, there was always a fallback device. They would take many forms, anywhere from staves to medallions such as this, to circlets and crowns, crafted by people now forgotten through the ages. You can tell that this is a magical, wondrous item, typically used by the likes of the Abbot, clerics, paladins, and the like. In the Abbot's possession, from the Arcana check, you can tell that it is inert. It stopped listening to me. I believe that perhaps I've sacrificed too much of myself for it to obey me anymore. I didn't let it stop my work. I had to hold on to hope, but nonetheless, it is of no use to me anymore. Perhaps in your hands, it'll continue to serve. And if not, well then, it is nothing more than an earthly trinket, and I have no need for coin.
I shall ensure that in our path towards Strahd, this is properly utilized.
Fair enough.
Oh.
The Abbot, unless you wish to talk to him more, will take a step, leaving the flesh golem upon the floor, will take Vasilka by the hand, and will prepare his children for a journey elsewhere, while the villagers are panicked and routing and taking care of their leader. You will find a way out of here.
Yeah. I'm going to turn to her and say, well, the Abbot's leaving. We should probably talk to the villagers and tell them that we convinced them to flee. Potentially give the villagers some hope that their efforts were beneficial in that. Raise morale and all that.
I think you're better off saying we defeated them and they fled. It'll be more morale than just like, oh, we convinced them.
Yeah, I suppose I was using less violent words, but yes, defeated is probably better to go with.
Connell,
Really need to work on
Connell kind of pats to your side there, Novak, and you can see in his maw is still like the half wing, half angel wing, and you can see a blood-stained torsion of the Abbot's vestments on the back. The wing
He just
has
kneels.
Yeah.
Oh, what you said?
Well, I was gonna say, like, with the wing torn off the abbot, it retains its true form.
He just kneels down, holds out his hand, can't drops in his hand, so it's basically all feathers.
Some sinew, some substance to it, but yeah.
Yeah, he'll just collect it, he'll put it away. Who knows, he might find some use at
Have
the
you been to
feathers.
Death House? Novark?
No work.
Yeah,
Death House? Yeah, I
Right.
was there.
Not the first time you see these feathers.
Oh, it's not the first, alright.
I believe, looking at his feathers
Oh,
closer.
that was the giant
That was-
feather
yeah, the big
that,
one.
that I tried to bring out, but then needed hands free to actually cast stuff to get us out of there, and had to leave.
Right. Well, yeah, as I described before, the abbot is going to take Vasilka by the hand, and should you allow him to leave, he will make preparations to do so as well.
Before you leave, my friend, just a word of advice. Like, you care for Basilica, and she still needs to learn, but at some point you need her to get out of the world, even if the world is dangerous. If not, you are not giving her life, you are just giving her a jail.
What would you suggest?
We have a friend in Balakai. She's pretty powerful. She has influence, and she can protect her, and she can show her how life is, even when it's hard. She won't be like struggling. She will be taken for her, and she will be learning.
I believe
So-
we've had this conversation before.
Yes, I just try to remind you that.
I will consider it. Should the time come, should you deliver on your promise, should you be successful on your path, perhaps our paths will converge once more. Perhaps we will no longer come to blows, but be united as allies. It remains to be seen. I will know that you've achieved success when that thing, he points toward the symbol of Reverend Kind within Jeb's grasp, and it has awoken once more, I will know that I was wrong. And that perhaps salvation of Barovia lies with you. But you would forgive me for being skeptic, believing you to be nothing more but another tick on the clock. The circle that this land seems to be stuck in.
Understandable. Hopefully our showings will... Hopefully our actions will show we're more than just another tick on the clock, and that we're able to actually bring change to this land.
Right. With the abbot keen to depart before the crowd dares return, you wish to explore the abbey further.
Sure. He's leaving everything.
Suppose it'd be worth doing. See what the
Well,
damage-
I was going to say, like, yeah, I was going to actually say it's maybe be worth letting them like leave and for us to return, because obviously Dimitri and that are going to want to come back up here, but we don't want them to come back up here while they're leaving. So even if we say we'll return and make sure they're gone, and
we
then
should
that time we can
Agree.
have a proper
That might be
look.
better.
Yeah, and we should be the ones before. We should look around the whole place first, while after it's empty or being emptied, before we bring them all back up here. Give us first look at everything. Not have villagers in the way or have any dealings with Dimitri.
I hope he didn't see you when you knocked him out.
Yeah, did anyone see you doing that? Dimitri?
I don't believe so. Dimitri had his back turned, and as far as I know, the mobs had their backs turned, rummaging through and looting the place.
It's rather logical to assume that if anybody beats you, they would have turned on you, or pointed a finger, or, would have turned a crowd upon you.
Yeah, anyone but Dimitri, at least.
We'll go back down. We'll tell them what happened. And then we'll return.
Just jokingly to Samson, so the armor was useful until, well, they don't make leg armor, do they?
Oh, they
Just
do.
jokingly.
They do. It's just more weight for you.
Ugh.
We'll get you some at some point.
Prefer not to be in battle again. My abilities don't lend themselves well to whatever chaos you did in the courtyard there. But I'm lucky the abbot was willing to listen to reason.
Yes. I think we had at least some reasonable chance of beating him if we had needed to, but I am also glad we didn't have to. I don't like having to fight a broken man. But don't sell yourself too short. After all, you were a fairly good distraction for the townsfolk. Hopefully you didn't do anything too bad.
Fluffs up at the word. I just knocked out the one man, and then he gives... I don't know enough about your clerical arts to get much use of this. Does this mean anything to you? And then he gives it to Samson for closer study.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, Samson would take it, and I'm assuming that I would have to attune to it in order to get more.
Yes. Or, not tune to it, but you can spend an hour to identify it.
Yeah. Well, I'll take, as we rest once we get out of here, I'll take some time and investigate it. It seems similar to other things that I've dealt with, at least, and I'll kind of pull the holy symbol I have around my neck out a little bit. Similar, but not quite the same. And I would put that in my bag going as we go forwards. Well then, suppose we should probably make our way down and make sure that Dimitri and his lot don't decide to regroup and launch an attack before the Abbots had a chance to actually leave.
Yes, we should embellish our success here to at least bring stability to the city.
Yes, and I'll turn to Nadia and Nova and say, you did quite well with the lightning there, and your arrows, I think, were far more effective than my magic against him. Perhaps if you guys claim some of that, might be beneficial if we go down.
You just see a shit-eating...
Oh, go ahead.
You just see a shit-eating grin from Jeb, and just says, perhaps I should relay the tale. As after all, I believe I've read the most history books of the lot.
Samson will just pause for a minute with that. And you can very clearly tell that he is internally debating, what is Jeb gonna do this time? Let him just directly speak.
It's up to you. he's not pushing it hard, but that's what he says.
Yeah.
Noah just hoists the crossbow over his shoulder and he just says, you're a real bullshit merchant, you know that?
I'll
Yeah.
have you know I'm a merchant of the finest wares. Thank you very much.
No, a bullshit merchant is a person that talks a lot of shit. Unless you're high society, you didn't know that.
Yeah, he just can't like fathom why someone would sell bullshit.
Compost.
Well
I
then.
Hey,
search,
can we
search.
give me a round of applause because this is actually the first fight we've done where I'm not down and went down.
Yeah. Well done on that. I think we did.
I didn't even
very
take a bit
well.
of damage this time. What?
I attacked
joke's on
someone.
you.
Lucky you, okay?
Strahd rains down like a
It
firebolt.
is at
from
that
the sky.
moment you look up at the parapets and you see 40 mongrel folks aiming their bows at you. Right.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Well, suppose we should probably get going unless there's something else that we need to do in here.
We'll
I think
return.
everything-
We'll come back.
Yeah, I think us doing stuff on the return is probably our best bet. Well, suppose we should head down the switchback road and try and head off any attempted regroup of the townsfolk.
Yeah.
Search, search,
And
search. We're heading off anyone coming up and then searching after they leave, right?
Yeah, it's like we're going to
Yes.
basically say we'll go back and make sure that there's no one there before you come up. We don't want you to be in danger.
Sure.
yeah,
With a measure of
Well,
certainty, those of you would head towards the front gates of the abbey and look down towards the breathtaking view of the village. You can see the glimmering light of torches on this lower switchback road as the last dwindles of the mob make their way back to the city, having fled, having seen the horrors. Within one moment. What is it?
Well, I must say as well, this wasn't the way that I expected things to go. And, but I will give credit to you, Jeb. It was a good power move. And then as I look, through the city and everyone, we're kind of taking that heroic stance, looking over the city and like, I don't know, I feel like we did good. And like we brought at least some kind of calm and peace to these people.
I'm back.
So I know I can sleep well tonight.
yeah.
I mean, like, out of character, out of all the paths we could, I'm trying to read the group with, we don't want to kill this guy, and we don't want overextend combat, because who wants overextend combat? And I mean, Jeb pulled out shit, and I was like, that's genius. He's like, you're breaking an already broken map, man. So
That was beautiful.
I only caught the
That was
earlier part of that.
beautiful.
You were saying, Nick, that was not the way you expected, like, as in, like, you're pleasantly surprised, or like.
No, as Nadia, like I was just like,
Ah,
oh
so-
fuck, like I thought this was gonna be a slugfest.
Right.
Yes.
If you were gonna bash your head against the
same.
wall, then yeah, it could have been.
Yeah, Samson's sitting at the same thing. Very, very happy that we were able to, with only a little bit of violence, then use words to resolve things.
Right.
After we've showed that we actually mean business.
I feel
Think violence is stronger than words.
he shows a lot of violence, okay? His 2 attacks were extremely heavy on me.
Yeah.
That's my secret. I can't do violence.
Yes. Well then.
Really? You fucking shot lightning up his ass, I swear. I think that's violence. Oh, wait, that was Jeb that spoke there, wasn't it?
That was Jeb.
Yeah, I had my headphones slightly off there because I was reaching into the fridge. I think I misheard.
Well then. Suppose we should get down and see how Dimitri's doing. For all Jeb here knocked him out, I suggest we not mention that at all.
So as I said before I got interrupted, those of you who would go toward the front of the abbey gates would see the last dwindling lights of the last of the mob as they make their way back to Switcher Road. Nobody's coming up here, so it's really up to you where you wish to head next. The abbey and basilica picked up the corpse of the spiraling girl that was in the well. One of the sole victims of this fight. And they're gonna make preparations to deal with the body and head north. Jeb, you've never been here. If you want me to describe the rooms, I can.
It's not important, unless we're doing anything here.
If no one is coming, I recall where the tomb of the golem was. It was upstairs, so I want to check that room to see if it's still there.
Do you want to steal it?
I mean, he didn't pick it in my eyes. He just care about his people. But
That's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you if you're in your eyes. I'm asking you to steal it.
I want to see if it's there. Show it to Samson. He will decide for me. He's my conscience.
He's your conscience. Somebody has to be.
Oh dear.
One moment. I am trying to find the Abbey notes. Abbey of St. Macrovia zones.
Nobody does kind as he sees air going up. He says, one of the reasons I said we come back is because do you really want to steal shit while he's still here?
Yes. Let's head let's head back down to Kreshk. Give the abbot time to gather his people and what he needs to keep them safe for the journey he's going to go on.
I mean, if you really want this badly and you expect him to maybe take it with him, fine, I can go and get it.
How does the abbot plan on leaving though? Like just through the gates of the abbey, then he's got to make his way down the road through the city with everyone, right? Or is there
I
a different way?
imagine, unless he's gonna break the wall, that's also an option.
I'm sure if he, given that
The
they
wall's
live in the
also
well,
5
there's
feet.
there's probably some sort of maybe he has like a tunnel system. Like he's getting bodies somehow.
Well, they used to work, but we haven't checked the basement, so we could also check it.
Pick a direction and I'll put seconds there.
Well, are we letting them leave before we look around, or are we just going to look around? That's the question.
Yeah, I'd probably say let them leave first, and then once they
let
leave,
them
we
leave
can snoop.
first.
Yeah.
No point in potentially damaging what I suppose Jeb negotiated for us.
Okay, so let's go to Crash and speak with the people and tell them to stay in their home while they live.
Oh, I don't think anyone's going to be making their way up here anytime soon. Seems like they were all afraid, so...
Well, if we're still in the courtyard there, just go... No, we're just going to... He seems to like you the most, why not just ask him how he intends to leave? If he needs the streets cleared so he can leave through the gate, then we'll try and get him that. We'll try and coordinate that. But if he's got another means, then it's fine.
Sure.
Would you go and ask him?
Yeah, we can ask him, but for what I understood, like, people are broken. They won't try to do anything, but yeah.
Yeah, but we still... Some of those mongrels, you know yourself, are a bit feral. So we'd want those people down there to be safe as well. So we'd want the streets cleared.
Okay. Well, the Abbot is clearing the stalls, I imagine. I'll ask, how do you intend to leave Krask? Through the main gate, or you have other ways?
Follow the abbot through the gloom of the madhouse and beyond. He has put the body of Mishka Bellevue aside in the rubble and is in the midst of walking down this gloomy hallway, one by one, opening the horse-like stalls. Now with their guardian slain by the abbot. simply opens the doors ajar, and you can see Mongrelfolk coming out of the room, very cautious, like looking about, sniffing about. Some of them look confused, some of them look eager. You asked your question. I'm afraid that the time has come for them to seek out their own way. I cannot divide my attention and take care of both them and Silica. I must focus on my purpose in this land. Today has been revealing, and I must reflect, perhaps change course. But one thing is for certain. I cannot stay here. To take them with me would probably be their end. I will only take those who are willing to stay with. But the rest, well, are free to forge our own destinies. Come nightfall, I intend to make my way out of here. Those who wish to come with me may follow, but Basilica and I will be priority going forward. Essentially, nothing stops the Abbot from taking flight to his destination.
Yeah, I got that too. Are you gonna take belongings or only Basilica?
my work.
Can we have your stuff?
Yeah, you need these magic items.
Pack your shit.
I've given you that which I do not require. The rest comes with me, whatever I can carry. My work, my findings.
I understand.
You may take the dead, bury them. I will find others elsewhere.
Well, I'll go back to the group and tell them that he is planning to live on his own with only a few that are willing to follow him. The rest are free, basically, so we should try to
Can't take them on. Can't keep them here.
take them out of
He's not
Strahd.
gonna leave them in their fucking cages for people to come here and slaughter them one by one, or no, burn down the stalls and shit.
Yes.
Then he needs to lead them to the forest out back. They can't stay here. They can't go down. They'll be slaughtered.
They have
So-
will and legs. They can do so themselves. They're free to go wherever they wish.
Yeah.
Well, turn to and Jet say, "What do one of you think that you could convince the local folk to go somewhere else and not attack the town? Or at least convince them to follow us and have us lead them somewhere away from the town? Not entirely sure where yet. Potentially the cave where werewolves were, but that's still occupied. So not the greatest of options."
Didn't you? Are you now in charge of those werewolves now that you've murdered the alpha? From the sounds of it, 3 of you are lycanthropes yourself.
No, not quite. It's not quite how things work.
Is it not?
That's
No, he's actually
point.
got a point. That's actually how packs work, especially even
Oh,
woven
yeah.
packs.
Yeah, I'm sure we could take that, but
But we would need to be able to fully form to be able to really take that power.
I mean, the mongrel folk when I saw them with no work, they seem to be pretty easy to handle. Just offer them food and they will follow. But I think we will need to wait till the sundown so we know which ones are not following the Abbot.
okay. So do we? What's the plan? then to set up a camp outside the abbey, and then at sunfall.
No, we
I'm
can
just
go back
reluctant
down to. We can go back down to the town, talk to the folk, talk to Dimitri, and we'll return here later. Who knows? Mongrel folk might already be gone. They may have climbed the walls and scattered into the forest. We don't know yet.
Suppose. The only
Remind me,
concern
the
is they
people
come-
were the people more concerned about mongrels existing in their midst, or the corpses being taken?
Both.
Both. After Dimitri saw one of the mongrel folk, it was like, oh, we cannot let these monsters be here.
Because they were stealing corpses.
If they were stealing corpses, yeah.
And
If they
we
weren't
can,
stealing corpses and they were safe, they would probably not care that much. After all, mongrel folk bleed.
then perhaps an option. If not all of the mongrel folk are like feral and all that, and they can be handled, then you can possibly talk to Dimitri about letting them stay up here, but they can be put to work in the fields.
That actually, after all, the mongrel folk know how to dig.
They can put them to work in the fields. The mongrel folks can return here, and in return they get fed, and keeps them going. But they can call the abbot their home. But that would also entail that we need that one of them that can speak stays.
Hey, do you have ways of contacting that bat monstrosity that we found in Vallaki?
It's usually following us around. We only have to make eye contact, I guess.
It's
But-
probably around here somewhere. It's probably up in the rafters.
Looking up.
I just
into-
didn't know if you had a previous rapport.
I mean, looking up at the rampart and throughout, you can't quite glance at it, and then the thought comes to mind that perhaps the creature does not wish to return to that place which it has been imprisoned in for years.
Yeah, true.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that one's not necessarily good, but there is two. There's the dog one. What was his name again?
Otto.
Otto.
Otto, and the other one. And there was also the other one you said that you saw upstairs. Like,
yeah,
I think-
but I am pretty sure they will follow the abbot. Those three in
Yeah.
particular. And I doubt that.
Maybe, because you have to realise the rest of them are still their family. So possibly not. They might want to try and stay here and look after their family.
Well, I suppose we could go.
Like, from
You
my
wanna go
understanding,
check?
every single one of them are Belleviews.
Yes, that's true. Do we want to go talk to? What is it? It's Cloven who's upstairs, and Crick was the other one at the gate. I suppose probably what Cloven was lived upstairs. He's probably the highest ranked of them.
So what was the name? Cloven?
Yeah.
Yeah, Nova just kind of walks past Jev and just kind of like looks around and just shouts, "Oh, Cloven!" Just to see if they're in here, or upstairs, or downstairs. Just letting his voice echo out to see if they react.
Your shout echoes outwards with no answer. There's a passive cacophony of things that should not be coming from the northern wing. Some of them in their madness kind of echo back. Ah, Cloven! 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 And they just begin to play this game between each other in their madness of just shouting the name back to each other. But the individual doesn't show himself.
Yeah, I am not sure if these are farm people, capable farm people.
Yeah, they might be animals, but you'd be surprised what animals can do when taught.
I'm sure the people of Kresk would want to rebuild this abbey to what they can use it as and restore it to its
Probably,
original
but
power.
then the only choice we have is getting them out of here. If you don't want to see them die, then they need to be out of here by tonight, the same time as the Abbot. Because Dimitri and these people will be up here as soon as they can.
Well, they'll either die by the hand of Dimitri's townfolks, or we at least give them an escape route up here so they can at least have a chance fighting for their own lives in the wilderness.
Yeah.
We can't keep, having the best
Oh.
outcome for everything. I mean, sometimes they just gotta fend for themselves. The strong will survive.
So I suppose question: if Samson was to kind of walk the walls of the abbey, looking, because the outer wall, not of the core abbey, but the outer area, that's only like 5 feet tall, right?
Yeah.
If I was to basically walk around that, could I try and find some relatively safe path down that is not into Kresh? Or at least see how bad the trip is in any of the other directions?
If you were to walk where you're standing right now, which is about over yonder, this ascent up the mountain into the forest is relatively safe. It is into the wilderness, and you know how safe that is, but it's not Krashk. Anybody can walk downwards, like so, and upwards, climbing up.
Yeah, I didn't know how steep things like this path were. Because those lines get real tight.
Mm-hmm. If there are 100 feet between the lines, then on the southern side it is much steeper than on the northern side.
Yeah.
They can go to the northern side, go through the front gate, and then just right where it elbows to the left right there.
Yeah.
You just go straight.
Yeah, we could get them out this way. With relative ease.
Yeah, they avoid the pool, and they basically just go like, we're not pinging on the left side of the...
Assuming they follow. It's not ideal, because the wilderness is not a safe place for them. For all, they're not fully there.
Sadly, nowhere is safe for them, but out there, it's probably safer than here. If we've got no way convincing Dimitri to let them stay here, then being out there's better for them.
Maybe you could give them the gift of lycanthropy and have them live with the wolves.
We're not full on yet.
And Samson
We would need to turn
that.
to do that, and neither of us have turned yet.
And Samson, upon hearing Jeb say that, actually, no, Samson would not have heard Jeb say that, because I would be out looking for things for at least a little bit.
We won't be able to change them. From what Samson's told me, you would need to change.
He's just throwing things at the wall. He doesn't understand. He wasn't there, so he's just like throwing like, can you just do this? Just werewolf it. Just be a werewolf.
Well,
All
you could get the Mongol folk out to the north into the wilderness, away from Krashk. And at least
the best option.
Threat.
Yes,
probably the best option, unless we
it's
have.
It's better than here.
Yeah, because here they're going.
Alright, guys, we take a vote. Is that what we're going for?
I think we're gonna wait for everyone to leave, and take the one that remains, or we're gonna take the mongrel folk now.
Well, the best thing to do would be to try and find Otto or Clove and explain to them what needs to be done.
Look for Clove.
Well, I tried calling out, but they wouldn't reply. They're probably scared somewhere.
I suppose we should probably then let's search upstairs and down for Cloven or Otto or Siegfried. Try and find them. See if any of them are planning to stay with the Mongol folk, or if they're going to be leaving with the Abbot.
Yeah, let's go check.
Right.
Okay.
As you ascend up the stairs from the main hall, the room that seems to be used to be an office of some sort, there's evidence by the. Am I reading the right part? Fuck. I'm out of it. Give me a sec. I don't have numbers. I'm reading the right part. Oh, I didn't put you guys on the map. That's why. Okay. Gonna stack you up. This is everybody. Companions included. Where's the map? Stairs.
I just shot outside.
Alright.
So,
The wooden staircase climbed 20 feet to a loft with a pitched roof and a door in the center of the south wall. There's unlit lanterns that hang from rafters and a rope that dangles from a bronze bell lodged in the belfry 30 feet overhead. The room is filled with silence. What was once the sound of beautiful music, now muted. There's a black shroud that covers a humanoid shape lying on a wooden table, and the silence does nothing to stir it. A cot, heaped with furs, rests in a northeast corner, surrounded by an empty set of wine bottles. There's an oil lamp that burns low atop a table nearby, silhouetting several squat creatures that have. One of them has 2 heads, the other one seems to have cloves for, like hooves for feet, and the other one has scales and fur growing out of its face. With a crustacean claw-like appendage, the one over yonder with the 2 heads snaps to directions in a kind of defensive pose, holding what looks to be the bow of a stringed instrument like a makeshift sword, the only means of defense it has.
we're not here to hurt you. We're just coming to explain to you what's happening.
They gone then? Stepped in here, mocked us, feared us like they do, and then they were gone.
Says the one with the 2 heads.
I don't intend to kill you, but I'm just coming to give you a warning. The Abbot is leaving. He's leaving with Basilica, and he says that you can join him, but I doubt all your people can. Those who choose to follow him can go, but I'm wondering if any of you are staying with your family.
The one with the 2 heads seems intent on
Going where Master goes, by his side, always thankful, always.
the one with the one scaled hand and the fur on the other. When her cowl shies away from your questioning, trying to keep out of sight, ever embarrassed of her looks. Otto, the friendlier of the bunch, seems to wag his tail and says,
I stay? With cousins, with brothers, I stay? I'm sad that Master has to go. I understand. Those people scary. All of them. Scary.
Then
But I
Then
stay
to
with
protect
family.
yourselves and your cousins, your family, you have to leave Kresk as soon as possible. Get them out of here, take them into the forest. It's safer than here.
I love
Because
walks.
the people will be back, and they won't be friendly.
Otto seems adamant in saying with family, where family goes, you shall go, and he seems pretty happy with that idea. After all, he is, used to walks, and what is it but another long, long walk away from home? Siegfried shows a little measure of concern, hiding her face. Cloven, all the while, doesn't kind of lower the bow, all the while still maintaining his rather wobbly defensive position. You can tell he's a little bit deep in his drink. His leg kind of sort of clings away a bottle of an empty bottle that rolls across the floor. So I mean that's that. Some are intent to stay, some intend to go with the abbot.
Then I recommend you going down to the stables and keeping eye over your cousins, making sure they don't run off, and guiding them into the forest. You can say your goodbyes to the abbot, he's still down there.
Fair enough. Lest any of you else wish to have any contact with these mongrels, they will ever so cautiously make their way toward this door yonder. As Clavin takes the lead, one clawed hand upon the door pushes it open. You can see the snowdrift come inside as he leads the other two outside onto the parapets beyond. You would watch through the door as the door begins to slowly creak close. You can see them disappear as they take the ledge of the parapet and looking down. Some of them climb down using their animalistic body parts. Others swiftly kind of parkour downwards. Others, the third one just takes the leap and lands onto his feet downwards with a thud.
I'll turn. As much as Otto seems happy to go on walk with his family, I doubt he'll be able to guide them safely.
Yeah, but
Nor do I. If I'm being honest, I don't think they'll survive out there long. But it's better than here.
It's better
Let's
than here,
take
and
your-
someone will always take lead. They'll figure it out amongst themselves.
if you're unsure, we can always take them out the gate.
You
We
can
would
do
only
what?
be running them through the crowds. The villagers would be angry with them, throw stuff at them. It would only cause more harm and discontent. Just have them leave down the hill would
Yeah.
be better.
I'm not even looking. Getting them out. Getting out is not the problem. The problem is after they've gotten out. I doubt.
At least Samson, we can't save everyone. And they were on their own once they leave. We don't have anywhere they can go.
They'll have a chance, Samson.
They'll have a fighting chance, but it's better than here where they'll have no chance. It's cause if the folk down there think they have to, they'll burn this place asunder. And everything in it will go with it.
Yeah, I suppose that's.
Like you said that they'd want to preserve the place, but they were quick to smash the windows.
Well, windows can be replaced, but yes. Yeah.
They can be, but
Probably the best that we're going to get.
and Novar just kind of looks at the table and sees, is that his daughter, or just looking to air?
The book? I don't know if it's.
No. There's a
There's a body
Right
on
here.
the table up here.
Looking beneath the black shrouds, should somebody pull it, lies a body along with chopped body parts, all of them taken from cold, grey, lifeless women, all of them waiting to be stitched together to something horrid.
Maybe we should leave it here. Whoever she is, the people on town will recognize her and will pay their respects.
and find what you want to find if it's here. I don't care if you take it.
Would there be any indication of Dimitri's, daughter from what we know little of her in the room?
At this point, the amalgamation on the table is beyond recognition. You can tell that it's taken from women, various, but not a single person.
Is there, like, on that table to the left or anything? Would there be, what do they call them? Like scientific notes saying like, oh, maybe the abbot like knows the people. It's like, oh yeah, this lady Jane Doe. This is what I did with her at X time. Blah blah blah.
Even more to his character, he doesn't seem to care where his body parts come from, only their quality,
Okay.
not who they belong to.
What about any tokens that were buried with? That would have been on their person?
There are some scarred tokens here and there, yeah. You would find various jewelry, wedding bands, and other personal tokens that they might have been buried with. Unless it says something before that would identify the Burgermeister's daughter.
I don't think you did, unfortunately.
No. Just take them all and just give them to the Burgomeister. Sadly, he ain't going to get the body back, but he may as well get something back. At least something can be buried again. Even if it's just a token.
Yeah. Sounds like a plan.
And it's the same for the rest of the objects. Any other family members down there whose grave have been robbed.
Some wedding bands would feature names such as, my beloved Adrena, or other inscriptions, but none that you would have recognized from before. Again, this has been going on for 7 years. God knows how old these objects are from. I can say with a certain measure of difficulty, it was a measure of ease that your characters would not recognize anything to belong to the Burgermeister's daughter in this room.
Yeah, then give it all to the Burgermeister, and then he can handle giving it back to the people.
Agreed. So I suppose we've already started exploring this place. Do have one thing I wanted to at least give the Mongol folks some chance. I've got a couple daggers, give them at least some type of additional protection beyond just their own bodies. I don't know what they have for weapons, but having a
I
knife
think I
will
know
be
what
useful
you're
for
looking
them.
for as well, right? Lying on a table amongst those other possessions in this makeshift workshop is a manual on golem creation. It lies open upon the table. There are comprehensive illustrations and instructions within that detail the process and incantations necessary for the creation of life.
I'll call to Samson. Samson, here are the notes of the Abbot on how he stitched life together. I don't know if it can help us. What do you think?
How would it help us?
Well, his golems are certainly useful. Elena is powerful and she's fast. They bring help. We can create help when we need it.
To do this, if we were following the Abbot's methods, we would have to turn to grave robbers ourselves. Something you really want to do?
It's not something I wish to do, but maybe there is other methods. But last time I tried to read it, I went blind with pain. I am not able to look at it even. Maybe your connection with Saloon is stronger than mine, and you could do it. You could try it.
So you expect, after all this, you expect us to dig up our own group of corpses so we may create our own mongrels?
Oh, you're on your own.
Yeah, I don't think this is the greatest plans. After all, don't necessarily do undead.
You're already controlling trees.
I understand. It's alright. I just thought it was something that they could be useful for in the future. But if we're uncomfortable with it, it's enough.
Yeah, I don't think we want to do that.
Well, I would like to take a look at something through it. Something did spark my intrigue.
The orb and the silica.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, if that fight had gone differently, I was prepared to rip it from her chest if need be. But perhaps there's something in these detailed notes that the abbot left for us. And
Yeah.
would he have anything like that in the book
He
about what he did with Basilica?
Would you like
he
to read it?
didn't just spoke about molding flesh. He also spoke about attaching souls. So we could even bring dead to life, if the case
True,
were
but-
come to it.
In order to answer your question, I need you to answer mine. Are you reading it?
Not me. Last time I got like 20
Oh,
damage.
now you was
so-
asking. Yeah, I see. I'm confused.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was asking, but if not, I mean, I'll take a look through it and see if there's anything about the orb in Basilica's chest, or if there's any notes pertaining to it.
Read it. Read it.
As you open, the pages seem to crackle with dryness. The words leap out at you. Could you rule me a wisdom save, please?
Yes.
The words leap out at you, and your inner voice rings out with the Abbot's. It has taken me quite some time to master the fine arts and surgery required, as the constructions of a golem requires equal measure of skill and infusement of the body and spirit. You begin to feel a pinpoint pain at your temples that grows and more intense. I see now. I need a spark of life, something that Gresh Spawn might provide. I need something more powerful. The words now piercing your mind. I did it. I have created an impetus, an aid for my dear Basilica. Movement and obedience, all within my grasp. A process that binds the spirit within this bead, and the diagram below demonstrates an orb of glass with lightning within, and something else trapped inside, angry, confined. The words now are growing ever so painful. But you ruled a 14, that's a fail. You take 23 psychic damage, having read that.
Nice.
But with that, you manage to extract a little bit of knowledge from the book. The diagram, this glass sphere, embedded within the center of the golem within the tome, features a sapphire brome of some sort as a bright and central candle of power and energy. An electrifying water essence seems to kind of revolve around the sapphire and shoot sparks upwards at the sphere's edges. A quiet storm, enraged elemental energy, obtained and harvested for its life force. It seems that this bead is buried within the chest of the Abbot's creations. Once you shake off the pain and the pins, take that 23 damage. Haven't seen the diagram, perhaps you can put the pieces together to know what to do.
So, question: I'm gonna go outside and look through the golem when we get over there. But
There's a golem lying before you now.
oh, I thought that was the one outside. Okay. Well then, through the one that is there, then I mean, like, does it have like an open wound or
No,
like a chest
it's
cavity, or do I have
stitched
to make it?
close. It is up to you to grab the knife and open it.
I will use my Moonblade dagger to cut away the stitches.
One by one, they come apart. The flesh apart. There's a spray of blood. Kind of spurts out.
I kind of have.
I don't even know if Jeb
look
is in the
away.
room, but if he was, he's probably passing out by now.
Oh, yeah, no. If I hear this and I see you, like, yep, nope, I'm not
Just
sticking around
cutting
for
up
this.
a cadaver, and within pulsates this glass sphere. There's little cracks of lightning now and then. Spark going through, moving liquid essence at the center, within which is a sapphire brome.
So making those cuts, I kind of have to look away, just because it is a little disgusting.
The
But with
smell is
it,
rancid.
I see it. Yeah. I don't know, like how you would make the face, but anyways, I kind of look around, see if there's any kind of like rags or just anything. And if there isn't, then I'll just kind of wolf my hand in and kind of cradle it softly.
Looking around for that, I will mage hand it up for you, so you at least don't have to lift into
Nurse!
or reach your hand.
Tongs!
Scalpel.
Mage hand!
I need 10 cc's of something.
Yep.
Need 10 cc whiskey.
As the mage hand lands the orb within your grasp, as soon as it attaches your flesh, you feel the surge of your power contact with it, and lightning just begins to connect with the sapphire and shoot all throughout the sphere as it illuminates into like a bright sign glow.
And I would say that the mage hand just lifted it up.
Yeah,
I
I
did
would.
not actively hand it to Nadia. I want Nadia to reach out and grab it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll cradle it
As
and
you cradle it, that happens.
yep, clean it. That happens. Is it like one of those Spencer's gifts where like if I touch the sides it sticks to my fingertips? That'd be sick.
For
But
all the wrong reasons.
yeah. No. Well, I'll give him this, even though the abbot might be a madman. He does have a knack for creation. And I kind of hold it up like to the glass or to the window panes, and then just kind of look through and just kind of like I'm a little mesmerized by it. And
Yeah, the orb shaped
But,
like a bead of glass it fits perfectly in your palm, and you can see the reflection of the lightning in the glass. And the way you look at it, because you're on the second floor and looking toward the sky, the way the lightning reflects off the glass almost makes the sky beyond seem like it's storming. It is glorious.
then for the time being, I'll give it a little bit more of an inspection later. But I'll kind of wrap it up in the cloth, put it in my little satchel.
Anybody else wishes
And
to
then,
harvest the corpse?
No,
No, I'm good.
D&D.
It has more magical items.
Hey, Jeb, would you like a leg?
I'm seeing this. I'm just like, what are you doing?
We're playing Operation. Have you? no. Actually, you see, where an actual person's corpse, if you actually hit the right nerve, you can get the leg to kick.
It's just like now you're like.
he just like undo it so like I pretend like I'm moving the person's legs. Like they're walking in place. Well, it's just for a little bit of research. I'm not gonna say I'm the biggest fan of this way, but
Let's just go have a look, see if they're what the mongrels and the abbot are doing.
I mean, background activity. Mongrels having joined the abbot, they're in the midst of preparing for their journey onwards. I don't really know what to tell you much besides that.
Okay, so it was like the other Otto and the other one are getting ready to leave as well.
Well, okay, so it seems that Siegfried is, despite her personality, Siegfried is intent to follow Otto where he goes. Family sticks together, though she is shy in her personality, whereas Clavin has opted to stick by his master's side.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, it's just basically all Novar wants to make sure is that they're able to lead the out of here, and we're just going to basically tell them what direction to go is the safest. That's it.
sure, we can. It's gonna be a part of our P really, because it is getting late, and we can really finalize this chapter with you talking to the people, with you talking to the. There is really no chance of failure in this, having succeeded on your mission. Perhaps only complications going forward. We can take the last moments of the session to explore further, but really it is up to you guys. How do you feel?
Were we ever in the basement of the Abbey?
Nope. We can check down there
Nope.
quick. See if we find
If you
anything.
were to check down there real quick, because there's really no reason, there's nothing between you and the basement. If you were to descend down the stairs to the basement, you would be just over here. Let me just spawn you in the map first.
And I will say, I think we should at least take the book and either have the Abbot to keep a hold of it, or ourselves keep a hold or destroy it, so that it doesn't get into other people's hands.
Sounds like a plan. Offer it to him, see if he takes it.
If you were to
If
wait a few minutes, you would know that once the Abbot is done opening all the stalls, he will be making his way back to the main hall downstairs and eventually upstairs to gather his things.
Okay, yeah. In that case, yeah, I'd just leave
As
it
time
there.
progresses, people are moving around. I just don't want to move tokens emptily.
Oh yeah,
As
far too many tokens to move.
yeah, as for the basement, this map you can zoom out a little bit if you were zoomed in, because it is upscaled. What can I say about the cellar? Just something of note. Close magic items. Cellar.
Oh, fuck.
Area 16. The stone steps ascend 20 feet to a cellar cold and damp, containing 10 barrels of wine and an L-shaped wooden wine rack packed with wine bottles. The barrels in the center of the room appear empty should you peer into their holes. The wine names are emblazoned on the barrels, as is the winer is named the Wizard of Wines. If any of you were to give a slight kick to the barrels against the east wall, you would find them full. Same with the ones the south wall.
Well, I guess that's a nice gift to give to them as well. Barrels of wine to celebrate and have.
Yeah. It's probably a good thing we can bring to the people.
I can probably just mention this here. Do you really want to have it down?
Not
No, just mention
particularly.
this here. I'm not going to take anything.
Yeah.
Could always help yourself to a few bottles if you wanted. Are the racks stacked? Or
The wine rack contains what looks to be 30 or some bottles of purple grape mash number 3 and 24 bottles of red dragon crash. So yes, it is stacked.
I don't know what Shrug's it's piss water, but yeah, he's going to just take a few.
Nothing sates my refined taste.
It needs to burn your throat.
DM, this pretend wine is muck water. Make it better pretend wine. I'm out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yes,
all,
we're all
all
take
if you were
4
to
each, so if you can give me their names.
Yeah. If you were to take stock, here's the stock.
Okay.
Novark, roll me investigation as you're going through.
You okay? Oh shit. Nothing.
Piss water.
Yeah, it's
Red
piss
Dragon?
water.
Red Dragon
Yeah.
Crush sounds freaking good.
Gotta sell it.
It's communion wine.
Yeah.
Samson would walk over to the not particularly caring for the wine. Samson would walk over to the table in the corner and see what, if anything, is there. If that's just more wine implements.
Yeah, I mean, drinking, uncorking devices, drinking vessels and such made of glass. Go ahead and roll investigation if you don't mind.
Okay. Where is
Basically,
my
going around,
investigation?
fingering the
There
rim
is
of the table, and
investigation.
just going around, just investigating as you usually do.
No.
Unfortunately, it seems that somebody else has already gone through this room, perhaps the mob from before, as you can tell by the recent scorch marks on the table. Somebody seems to have like laid their torch there briefly. The box that lays on table, now open, has several slots in it that are now lay empty. The indents are there, but the objects are missing. Somebody has looted the place.
Well, seems like the thieving hands of the mob got here quicker than us, and doesn't seem like there's to be much left. So
Yeah.
maybe we'll start heading
Well.
out.
You note something peculiar. I'll give you the obvious. There is a spent oil lantern, and spilt on the floor is what looks to be some dark fluid that you guess is ink. There
I
are
will
several
go ahead and cast
stained sheets of paper
light.
that have no writing on them, but yeah.
I'll cast light and bring it down close to the dark fluid to try and
It's
touch and
jet black.
confirm.
Guess, yeah, I guess it's ink. Smears like ink. Smells like ink.
Yeah. It's like someone was writing a note and left in a hurry.
As your light illuminates the room a little bit better, you see no work through the semi-transparent bottles on the other side of the wine rack and not beside you, and then something catches your eye. One of the bottles, since they are transparent, you can see that there's fluid within them, but one of them contains something solid, rolled up, like a piece of parchment.
I say, Novark, that bottle's different. Got something in it.
Novar looks and he reaches up and takes the ones they indicate to.
Looking at it,
I'm assuming at this point I'm down in the corner.
Yeah, you recognize the bottle's like glasswork. It is quite fine, and the label reads Champagne de la Stomp, the finest of vintages. Rule within
It's
is
like a bit.
seems to be like some kind of ruled leather parchment.
He opens up the bottle and is he like just pull it out?
Yeah.
Or is it like actually in the bottle? Yeah,
It
he
takes
just
some
pulls it
fiddling
out.
too, but eventually you pull it out. And should you undo it and roll it out, you, like many adventurers, recognize what a spell scroll looks like. It is a spell scroll of Hero's Feast.
There is something magic. Here you go. He just kind of hands it over through the rack.
Sure. It is a spell. It seems to, should you be successful in invoking it, summons forth a magnificent feast, food, drink.
I haven't eaten a feast like this would conjure in a long time. Done them
I've read
before a
about
couple.
this. We
You should hold on
should
to
cast it the first chance you get, though. It'll be the first decent meal we've had since we've been to this.
I will look at Jessica. No, we used this spell before particularly dangerous operations.
Your final meal was better than. If your final meal is good, that will be the last thing you remember.
That and the meal itself actually energizes people, makes them more resistant, and generally raises people's spirits more than just having good food. I'm trying to remember if it actually gives 10 hit points or not.
Make a handout for future reference as we speak.
10 hit points, immunity to frightened,
Yeah.
and I think something else.
Yeah, it's advantage on wisdom saves and immunity to poisons, and cures diseases and poison.
Well, I would be inclined to be with Jeb on this. It's been a long time since we've had a nice hero's feast, but
Yeah, all those things sound wonderful. I would very much like to be immune from the poisoned flavors of this land, as well as having an immunity to fear. There's far too many monstrosities and things that dot the land. He gets what it's for, but he's clearly just like he's not understand. He's saying like the day-to-day horrors are worth casting this.
The effects will last for but a day.
well, that's
A
such a
day's
shame.
respite from this place is
It might be
better
worth
than
saving
bad.
it before we head out after whatever our next great challenge will be.
God,
it
look at
sounds
that
like
components.
Oh god, casting Kuro's Feast is hard.
Oh Lord.
1,000 gold bowl that it consumes. Yeah, no, it is. This is the spell you cast the night before you charge
Fight
the
Strahd.
people you derail.
I forget. Does a
Luckily,
spell
with
scroll
scrolls, you
still
don't-
need materials?
I don't think it does. I think you consume.
I
it
think it
after you
depends
cast
on
the
DMs, because
scroll.
I've had DMs that did and DMs that didn't.
I have the rules under my hand as we speak right now. I'm just following this conversation as it develops. Spell scroll SP. Why am I having spell scrolls? Boom. Let's see here. Otherwise, scroll is untouched. Casting a spell by reading a scroll requires the spell's normal casting time. Once the spell is cast, the words are on the scroll and crumbles. The castings are interrupted. It was
Second
lost.
sentence.
Right, I skipped over it. You can read a scroll as it casts spells without providing any material components. Hurrah.
Yeah, I think the basic idea behind it is that when you create the scroll, you consume the material components and you're
Alright.
locking it mid-cast.
Okay.
That'll be nice to have. Well, until that day comes, I can only think of the tasty food. That'll be.
Keep it away
on
from
our
Jeb. He's
plates.
casting that the first chance he gets.
Yeah.
More rations?
Oh, come on, we'll go down there, and who knows what they might feed us.
Oh, I'm sure we'll have a lovely feast and crash.
It might not be caviar and oysters, but it'll be good.
More
Caviar and oysters. Do you think I'm a poor?
What's next?
Lol.
Lobster? What, am I a prisoner?
I don't eat sea bugs.
Yeah.
A delicious broiled sea bass? That's below me.
Yeah.
I can't say anything. I've eaten bugs.
Alright, let's get out of this.
Both Novak has and I have.
Mm-hmm.
You ever had crickets? They're actually really good.
When I was like 8, I used to eat ants.
I had salt and vinegar flavored crickets.
Right. You are sent back to the main hall. I can describe it very briefly, just in case you want to inspect anything here of interest.
What's down below in the holding pens?
Actually, wait till I remember. Wasn't there something up on the mantle that we saw when we came in here? Well, the first time?
Yes, there was. I don't know why, but my internet is being very slow, so scrolling in my notes is torturous. Light trickles into this large square room through arched, broken leaded glass windows. A hearth is set at the far end of the room, upon which sits a cauldron, now being snowed upon. The fire is dying. Above the fireplace, a mantle hangs a golden disc engraved with a symbol of the sun, a matching symbol of the medallion you were handed. Symbols upon the sun seem to run in a radial shape around a missing centerpiece.
Poors probably took
Sentinel.
it when they were looting the place.
Samson will look over.
You've been to
walk over where
Strahd, you
the
know
myth is
that they
centered.
haven't raided it to that point.
Oh, I thought that was where they were.
And yeah, Samson will walk over to the the symbol and take out the new holy symbol that the Abbot gave us, and just do a quick check to make sure that that's not the piece that fits into that missing center hole.
No, well, it's a good guess. Unfortunately, no. What you're looking for is
Smaller, bigger, different shape entirely.
it's bigger. And
Bigger.
the shape will be like, I'm trying to come up with a word. What's the shape with 8 sides? Octagon?
Octagon? Octagonal.
Yeah, octagonal, yeah.
Octagonal.
This thing's stuck to the wall.
No, it can be taken off.
Alright, yeah, no, we're just reaching and bringing it down.
Okay. It is quite hefty, made of solid gold, quite heavy, but you're able to carry it with your brawn. That is room 13. I'm just reading to see if there's anything else worth noting here, real quick.
Probably leave the holy symbol here.
Oh, the golden disc hanging above the fireplace. It is solid gold. You would probably price it very high up. As you take the disc off the wall, it reveals a niche that contains crystal and electrum flasks with some red liquid within. There is a single flask, a single crystal flask with an electrum kind of cork.
Well, Sentinel, take that down and inspect it, but not having identify, won't necessarily know what it is.
Some sort of potion.
Yeah. Well, I'll turn to Aya. Perhaps something our elf friend could help us with.
Yeah. So,
I would mage hand the potion over to. Actually, no.
As you're
I would
handling it,
just
I
walk
would
over
just note for the sake of flavor that it's quite dusty and has not been touched in quite some time. Perhaps predating even the abbot himself.
Novarg would just kind of take his blanket of his bedroll and then just wrap that thing up in it. Yeah, don't need the civilian seeing that.
Sure.
No matter what.
Yeah.
It is as heavy as a shield and probably shaped like one.
Yeah, so he would just kind of, and using the hempen rope, he'll just kind of make like a hoist thing that he can just hold over his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think the only thing I really would want to do left in the Abbey can be done over our chat. I'd like to go talk with
That's
Otto
fine.
and Siegfried before they leave.
All right. I say we can finalize Crash finally in our P chat and move on from here next session. There's been some interesting progress. I mean, personally, I had fun, even though I'm a little bit tired and there's things going on in my life that I'm a little bit distracted. But nonetheless, I don't want to cancel sessions for just out of the blue. So I'm glad we had an opportunity to progress the plot a little bit further. Maybe next session we can explore more of the tome. Maybe next session we can go elsewhere. There are plot hooks to explore. Perhaps we can do the Starlight Gala action. I think about it. There's stuff to do in the Valley.
Yeah, we have stuff to do in Valakai.
Right,
Real
Yeah,
soon.
and
So-
dude, if
so
you
we've
ever
got-
feel like you need a week off, just tell us.
Yeah,
We
we're
wouldn't
just-
know.
we're more than-
I
Yeah.
would much rather run a session than for my habit of I don't feel like playing D&D today, so I'm gonna cancel. Because I can always like run on low gas, but at least run, rather than cancel and then like people forget it happened 2 weeks ago or some shit.
Nah, I get you.
If it ever gets that bad,
Either way-
I don't want to run. I will let you know, but just
Yeah, just don't burn yourself out.
Yes,
Yeah.
don't burn yourself out. I have enough of that to deal with
it's
people
not a
at
case
work.
of burning myself out. It's a case of like, I'm a fan of progress in plots, and I'm used to much faster campaigns. Not rushed, but fast. Like things happen, and like we tend to turtle a lot. We tend to.
Don't worry.
Okay.
Jeb will keep us from turtling.
Yeah. So I'm just like, I don't want to be in the Abbey next session. So I want to finish it in RP chat
Yeah.
and just like move on, because like There's more to do. There's more exciting things to do, and I just want to get there.
Yeah, I'm overcrowded.
Like
Over-
with like talking downstairs.
Mhm.
Picture Jeb as just like the countdown on the wall. If we're ever at a point where it looks like we're not gonna do a thing, Jeb will do a thing. So the party will either let him do the thing and have to deal with it. Like he's not chaotic, but he's gonna do things. As Samson knows, he's gonna do a thing, so we can either let him do it or do something yourselves. So he's like
Yes.
the silent timer on the wall. Something's gonna happen,
Uh-huh.
so you either do a thing or he's gonna do a thing.
Regarding the
Yeah,
symbol you
it-
just received, I just need a little bit of time to preparing it and what it means. It marks a milestone in this campaign, and in terms of information for it, whether you want to go the lazy route and just spend an hour with it and identify it, or you want to attune to it, that's fine too. Or if you want to make it flavorful, we can like seek out information in like the church in Valakai. That's absolutely an option. There are people who know more about it. Just I need a week
Yeah.
to prepare it. I mean, I'm pretty sure Samson already knows what it is
Perfectly.
anyways.
Oh, I'm almost certain I know what it is, but
But
yeah.
Do we trust other people of knowing what it is? Is it one of those like should we ask other people what it is, or should we risk like just trying to figure it out ourselves? Is it one of those things that'll put a target on us?
I would not be surprised if the abbot was considered this his backup plan. I would be concerned that others might get, or I suppose I shouldn't even say others. Strahd might have a problem if we have it, so keep it a little bit quiet.
I want to do a puzzle involving its activation because it's inert as it is. Hasn't been used in years, and
Yeah.
there's a reason for it. I want to do a puzzle with it, but I need a week to construct. I didn't want to do it on the fly. But it's gonna be a big milestone.
Perfectly fine.
It's gonna be a big milestone campaign once you do solve it, and a big turning point. I just long story short, when we did the card reading with various artifacts of Barovia and where they're gonna be placed and stuff, I didn't want to change the card reading for the sake of continuity, but if you give a nuke to low-level players, typically it makes a lot of like really fun future challenges obsolete. So I'll have to take a week and think whether or not I care about those challenges anymore, because frankly, okay, so I don't get to throw like this at you. Instead I'll throw something 8 CRs above, and you'll have a nuke to deal with it, and that's gonna be fine. I mean,
Yeah.
Empire Beholder.
if I ran the Abbot like he's supposed to be in module where he's mad and there's absolutely no talking him down, I mean, like, I'm sort of a Jeb, that was brilliant. That was like the cherry on top of the pie with everybody like doing their RP. That was just cherry on top of that entire ice cream of RP, and I was like, I gotta give it to them. They wanna have this resolution, they're gonna get it. But like the module's like, no, he's crazy. Either you kill him or he like fucks off and like you never seen again. And I'm like, that's stupid. I'm just generally wandering out of character. Last question really is, am I being unfair? Because you all have your like good ideas, like, oh, maybe you can bring it to Valaki, maybe you can serve Watchter. And I'm being unfair. Am I being unfair by being like, well, he doesn't want people to
No.
misunderstand him?
No.
Not.
I completely agree with it. It would just end up back at square one.
I mean, he's an irrational character. I don't feel like.
Like the
Mhm.
world is what it is, right? A good idea from a player standpoint isn't the same as like a good idea from whatever NPC standpoint,
So
right?
let me ask you a deeper question. If you were DM, how would you do it differently if you were to do it differently? With the Abbot. Now, having explored his character and knowing kind of like his arc more or less, not saying it's over, but it's pretty much progressed to a certain peak. Would you have done anything different?
I can tell you I'm almost certain I would not have done anywhere near as well at doing the otherworldly thing. But
Yeah, like
Yeah, what?
deity. Oh, yeah, like him being all like celestial and whatnot. Yeah. Man, those are fucking tough to fight. If I was one of those DMs who was like, I'm fighting against the party, not with their story, but against them, I would have been like, dude, it's so easy to kill with him, because he can heal every turn, essentially. Like,
Woof.
he wastes an attack, but he has an attack that is like +9 or +11 to hit or some shit. So I can easily just focus down people and then heal 25 HP.
Is he an NPC or is he one of like the monster manual celestials? Because those things are ridiculously powerful.
Many NPCs use stat blocks. He is an NPC though. He is the Abbot. He's his own thing.
Okay,
if you're looking for a comparison, look for like planars, like planar.
Okay, yeah. I was just wondering, like, was he like?
He's just
you
like,
know how like
so
some people.
You can't run him as a planar because A, that's OP as fuck, because like CR 13.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
And ridiculous.
That's what I mean.
B, he's like fallen. He's a fallen angel, corrupted. He doesn't have his full power. The symbol for Ravenkari does not heal him anymore because he is not of the alignment to use it anymore. It's an interesting kind of 2+2 I connected.
Yeah.
It's not really in the module, but it's like it's in the item description, and then there's his alignment. So I just kind of made it like he's divine, he's celestial, but he's not like good anymore. So I reduced the stat block a little bit from planar to something more fitting this party. That way it's not TPK. Because yeah, I didn't want TPK. But let me know, guys, if you ever want to face off like a challenge where like, hey, I want one of us to die because I feel bored with combat, like it doesn't have consequence. Let me know, and I will upgrade combat. That being said, there's a lot of zones that are like that. I won't say where for the sake of spoilers, but there are, I would say, at least 3 that are on the main path that are like, this is the party runs away combat, isn't it? Yeah, like it's like a.
To be fair,
sure.
I feel like the Abbot was a potential TPK. Like,
Yeah, like I'll tell you right now. Like, you see how Jeb's not a fighter, so this is his like
What was
modus
your plan?
operandi.
I felt
Right?
bad about attacking you because you were like shushing her and like trying to interact with her, and I did the douchey thing where I was pushing you away and attacking
Well,
you. But
no,
I was like, I don't quite understand what you
that's exactly.
do.
Well, no, his entire thing was he didn't know what to do, right? He saw this battle happening outside where he would get one shot from anything. Like he saw, like Titans fighting, and he saw this girl like being pushed in, clearly being protected by the Abbot.
Is that why I can't find the picture for Basilica? Because I want to show you the picture.
It's not one. I looked through everything that you've shared to us, and it's not there.
I want to show you, Jeb, what you were shushing. Why we were laughing.
Yes.
Yeah, I just pictured like a tall girl in a like.
You don't understand.
Gown. Hold on. Please hold.
It's more than just tall.
Yeah.
Well, he probably would have done something else if he saw that, but I think it still worked in retrospect. He saw essentially what he thought was.
I didn't want to do it in session because immersion, but like I imagine like how tall is Jeb for him to like not just like try and reach her lips and like touch her tit.
No, for the photo you showed us ages ago, it's just like the Abbot was basically, I don't know, if you said he was like 6 foot, she was like fucking 10 foot.
You can click on it and it'll open the source.
Basically like Lady Dimitrescu from Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought she was like 7 foot. But
no,
not like...
that's like at least 8. She's a golem.
Yeah,
she's humongous.
I was thinking medium creature, so her mouth would be within arm's reach.
No, I think you were more likely touching her tits.
I didn't want to say that for the sake of immersion, so I didn't care.
That's why I got whacked in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't know it. You were so panicked. You thought it was her mouth, and you were like, shh. You were too busy looking at the people. Shh, shh. You were just.
My plan was he didn't know like if she was gonna panic or start screaming or talking. He was thinking like she had like the mind of a child or a beast. So he put his hand on her mouth to be like, they're still nearby. I didn't want her to get jumped by the mobs and have to deal with the Abbot and the mobs.
Hey guys, I'm gonna head off, so have a good night.
Not knowing that she was that powerful.
Take care, Abbot.
Take care.
Take care. Yeah, the one I was debating, but didn't really want to do unless things got desperate, because Samson is at least mostly good was use Phantasmal Force on Basilica to make her think the Abbot attacked her.
Also, I think
Yeah, I was gonna.
how you can app the combat. I just didn't know. I think that was my mistake as the DM. Is you should have both the Flesh Golem and Basilica attack with the Abbot. I guess
I
a
was
part
gonna
of
use
me
my
was like, I
fan
want to
for it.
color her in a different light. That she's a gentle creature. She was never in combat, never in rage. She will give into like a childlike tantrum and protect her
Yeah.
master if he's in combat, but he's scared first for 2 rounds. But I don't
That's
know
why
if
I
that's a
got
good plot
slapped.
device in combat.
Well, no, it works, which is one of the reasons why like she didn't attack for that I saw. So I was like, okay, she doesn't have any clothes rips on her.
Because that's
Maybe
not what the
she's
Abbot
like,
trained her for, right?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's why I was like, I'm gonna put a hand on her mouth to make sure she doesn't say anything to get anyone's attention.
She
I was
doesn't
thinking
speak,
she had like the
but
mind
you
of a
didn't know that.
child, not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that. There's a lot of things I didn't know, but yeah, Jeb's gonna do
That's
the
another thing where I
not
want to move
combat optimal
forward,
thing.
because for you, Jeb, us moving forward past the Abbey and Valakai, I mean, Valakai you kind of integrate into, but moving past the Abbey is we'll be going into things new to it as a group, rather than you new to it and then
Yeah.
everybody else has already been here. And I want everybody to experience things equally, because I don't want to bog everybody down by redescribing rooms and stuff like that. Question for you guys: would an average adventurer, in your opinion, be able to identify like common potions?
I think so.
Like
A common potion, anyway.
They are magic. There are magic items, but they don't require attunement.
So
But would your
I
character,
would
not being a
say-
chemist, would be able to like look at this and be like, yeah, this is Pepsi, you know? Like look at the liquid and be like, yeah, this is water, this is potion of strength, just whatever.
I think probably for healing potions, because everyone, all adventurers know what healing potions are.
If you were like DM, you in your party found a superior healing potion, right? Which is a very rare.
Superior, not necessarily, but a common, definitely.
Yeah,
why?
I think.
They can always take on different properties, like in different shapes and viscosities, or even color or something. Like I feel like a common, I always think of as like
take a different color. For healing potions, because there are certain poisons that look exactly like healing potions and they're all the same color, red. Unless the DM changes it, but like I follow the notion of healing potions red because it's comfortable for me to follow lore that's already established.
Yeah.
But like
I think,
why would you need to rule to identify a potion? If you're not an alchemist, if you're not whatever. And even if you're an alchemist, there's no part of feature that's like you can identify potions. It's just up to the DM to interpret that. So would you go out of your way to be coy about it, be like, you found this liquid, but I can't tell you the property because it didn't identify it. Is that fun? Is that fun D&D? Or is that just me being coy and you guys missing out on information?
It's more of an issue with us because we don't have an identify bitch.
But then it becomes a mechanic and it's boring. My character's function is to identify. Like, no, you're not even roleplay, you know?
Well, no, I mean, like, usually one of the players has it.
I kind of just assume sometimes, too, that, like, there would be, like, words, like, written on these things so people
what if
could
it's not? What if it's just a vial?
Yeah, if it's not, then I would say if it's like a very rare or above or something, I would say like no, that's something you have to identify. But for the sake of expediency, it's like, oh, here's a potion of like giant strength that gives you this. It's like, okay, cool, that just super helps us out. It just streamlines everything, and it's just like
says anything about identifying potions.
Yeah, and by the way, just for tracking purposes, Aya is the one who currently has that potion in hand.
Yeah, add items into your own inventories. I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't think that is a problem, or it's like you being coy or anything. I think it's just it makes sense. I would say moving forward, like if it's like something that we could just commonly do and just expediency, just be like, all right, cool, here's a giant strength potion. All right, cool, mark it in your inventory.
Baby's gonna puke. Baby's gonna puke.
Uh-oh.
Projectile vomit.
Essentially, here's what I found from the basic rules of D&D 5e. regarding using magic items. Potions are an exception. A little taste is enough to tell the taste of what the potion does.
I was gonna say we could always just dip our finger in the vial.
Right? So if the basic rules say that you can identify any potion by just dipping your finger in it, that seems to me like 5e wants to be a little more simplistic. What I'm asking is, by me overcomplicating things and being like, well, logically, I don't know how a non-alchemist would know something that he did not make.
I think it's fine either way. The only real trick with that becomes just a tracking one where you get lovely fun games of, okay, I now have these 7 or 8 different potions that I found and I have not had a chance to identify them yet. So I now have to track
Exactly.
in my inventory potion or red potion with electrum cork in glass vial.
Yeah.
And then you get the real fun one coming down to,
I
okay,
can
I've
just
now
tell you
completed
guys,
an
if your character were to just dip their finger in that potion now, and that we want to go with that going forward, is if we find potions, we can just instantly identify them, and we can go on knowing what we have in our inventories. We can use them at the moment. That way, you're not going to combat and like you had this item all along, but you didn't use it because you didn't know what it meant. Is that fun? Not to me,
Yeah, I would just say
but some people
Just
care about it more.
just
Yeah,
roll it as like we find it. It's good.
For me it doesn't matter. I sometimes like mystery potions, but usually it's
Would-
like this potion, usually like super like very rare and above potions where you know it's probably beneficial for it to be a potion of a certain rarity. So it's like you don't know what this does, even if it even has like your attempts to identify it are difficult, and then like you have to roll a check and you can't tell because it's blah blah blah.
Right.
I like taking mystery potions in battle. Like sometimes that's fun, but not for every potion.
So if we were to separate potions into like the respective categories of like you have your healing potions, you have your poisons, you have your effects potions. I think like effects potions are really fun to have a mystery to them unless you identify them beforehand.
Exactly. Yeah.
Whereas
Yeah.
like, but what's your opinion about like say healing potions, even the rare ones,
Yeah, that's just common.
right?
Yeah, I think
Another question
healing
towards you,
potions,
Jeb, is
no.
would Moonglow
Alright.
sell potions,
Moonglow probably would sell potions.
right?
They'd have like some sort of, like their entire thing is like the caravans, right? They'd find a way to get ingredients from one end to the Empire, selling things all along the way.
So, with that being said, you guys being adventurers, you're being adult adventurers in this world that you live in. There are common things in place. You don't want to be like feeling like an idiot because you have to approach an NPC and ask them, "What is this?" "Oh, it's this potion." You're like, "Oh, okay." And I'm a big dummy. I didn't know that, but this person knew it because he knew it. I'm gonna go ahead and say that the potion you found behind the wall is a healing potion of the superior kind. It's 8d4 plus 8. So if whoever has an inventory, if you want to add the 8d4 plus 8 or the word superior to the healing potion, that'll be supreme.
Okay.
I think
Supreme or
the only
superior?
possible
be
exception to the us knowing what a potion is that could potentially work is if we find a potion during combat. You don't necessarily know what it is, right?
Oh, yeah,
I
by
would almost
context,
treat it as as a
if you're halfway through
assuming
a
you're
soul
not
string, somebody
rushed.
puts a bottle in your hands, like drink this, you're like, huh? Like,
Yeah, I think it's if you're
drink it, it's a
not
healing potion.
rushed
Yeah, it's like
and
poison.
you see a potion, right? If you're not rushed and you see, for sure, healing potions, and I'd say probably most other potions, unless they're particularly strange,
right.
and you're not rushed, we can probably figure out what it is relatively easily.
All right.
But if you're in a rushed state, then all that goes out the window.
Right. Okay.
Of like,
last thing
oh crap, potion that I just found behind the door as I'm running away. Maybe it's healing, maybe it's not.
Right.
I don't know.
The last thing on my list before I gotta go is Nick. You found the orb. It is more or less what we discussed beforehand. Hope you're happy that you finally found one. I figured it's about time I give you your spell focus.
That's cool. I think you gave me the Galthias root as a spell focus.
True, but the Galthias root is cursed and big bad juju,
Right.
whereas this is like a core thing that can stick with you, whether or not you choose to stick with Guthias, give in to that thing, or I don't know. Either way, you know.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's part of your character. The handle for it is now shown, because I'm assuming over the break, over the week, you'll either short rest or whatever in town. You can identify your items as the rain. It's better if you come to the next session prepared knowing an item anyways. But
Yeah,
there
I
it
was
is.
gonna ask. Okay.
So it
Nice.
charges the way you want it to, with the storm and whatnot, natural stormlight and magical stormlight. And the effects are the rain. Did I do haste as the last one? Yes. So haste is that's the thing. So I want to ask you, because I showed it to my friend and he was like, "It's all good, just remove haste." And I kind of heard him out, and I think I agree with him. Where this item is really overpowered with haste on it. If you charge it all the way
Yeah.
up and have haste, would you be bummed if I removed it, or do you have a point against that somehow? Because I mean, I'm all for diplomacy.
No, I think that's totally fair. It's pretty
Democracy?
fitting for.
Yeah, democracy is what I
I
meant
think
to say.
it's yeah. No, I think that's fair. Because a lot of the stuff is very like more theme elemented and everything. Like, yeah, haste is like it can always be really good, but it is a big power spike with so many other things
I
going
feel
on
like
with it.
not only is it a power spike, but I feel like I'm making other party members irrelevant. If I just give
Yeah.
you all the tools. I don't know if you have haste on your spell list. And every
Currently I don't, but I think I can get it.
Well, can you as a sorcerer get haste? I thought it was a wizard only spell.
Yeah, they get it. But I don't know if all the
Check.
classes.
So I can
I-
help. I can kind of meet you in the middle. Do you have the levels for haste right now? Can you pick it if you were to switch spells or not? Can you pick haste?
Let me look. I'm looking right now.
Haste is a sorc spell.
Yeah, haste is sorcerer, but it's also 3rd level, and you don't have any 3rd level spells right now because you
So
multi-class
that's
2.
what,
and
where I
Yeah,
was going to
I'm
meet you
multi-
halfway. Is once you have 3rd level, you'll be powerful enough to cast it without spending the 3rd level, but you'll be at the appropriate level to cast this spell, and you're wasting your charges away, but that's kind of like using a spell scroll at that point, right?
Mm-hmm.
That way we can be thematic and fair and have fun with it, because haste can be really, really fun. Even for me as a DM, I don't think it's an overpowered spell. So many people out there are like, "Oh, it's a power spike." I'm like, you're missing a turn.
Right.
I can kill you if you're flying. That's haste. You're putting a mark on yourself. But
Not to mention, if you lose concentration, the person's fucked.
yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
people are like, "Oh, it's a power spike," but you better kill whatever you're killing in one turn, because if I exhaust you by dropping his concentration, it fucks action economy.
Everyone over. Yeah.
3rd level's
it
the
is-
next power spike, anyways.
Yeah, because I was gonna go look through my spells when we did level, just to try to get a little bit of a, some foresight on like where I kind of want to go, and like, lightning bolt was one. There was also counterspell, and I was like, dude, that's such like a good staple though, and it's like it would be like really nice to kind of have. But I mean, there's a bunch of other good stuff though too. But I have such a limited number.
Welcome to sorcerers.
Yeah.
Well, because you have
Or-
limited
or
resource, I want to
particularly-
give you this orb that you can charge if you seek out storms. There are
Right.
places in Barovia where storms are almost permanent. You guys only visit so many places. Yester Hill is one.
Right.
So remember last time you were like, "Oh, can I find this item in Yester Hill?" I'm like, you got the right vibe. Just the item is elsewhere.
Yeah.
This is one of many places where lightning is permanent. I think I made like 4 places for the sake of your character that have permanent storms. All thematic, within their own reasons.
I mean, I'll leave it up to you entirely. Like, I'm okay if you rip it out. Like, I was actually fine with that. If you want to wait till we level and then kind of just go from there, then like you said, I'm completely at
Understand.
your will.
And you're like, I've already gave you the one item. True. But I don't know which one you want more, so I'm giving you both options and you can choose. That's why we have multiple attunement slots.
Shit, I'll
Speaking
take
of,
both
do we
them.
level?
Oh yeah, I promised you a level, didn't I?
Yes. No, it's okay.
Let me think of that. No, I'm pretty fucking sure you guys getting a level. Go ahead. You can. Those of you who are still here can work on that tonight. Otherwise, I'll put a message in general, and you guys can go ahead and level up. Woo! I almost forgot because I was like, again, I have shit in my life right now that's distracting me.
Jesus.
I mean, you have a
I'm
baby over there,
just
but
a
whatever.
constant detriment. Nah, she just wouldn't eat. She's just not eating for this feed for whatever reason. My wife took her.
Where is zones by level? I want to make sure I'm not out leveling you guys out of zones. I mean,
Yeah,
that's not
actually-
even a concern. I can just fucking up the CR. Who cares?
I mean, don't you already have to do that?
Yeah, but
I mean, to be fair though, like as you saw in the fight, if Jeb was actually in the thick of things, he was going down, and that fight
you
would have
did
been
it
Jeb
yourself.
alive.
I mean, what's your alternative character if you were to make a new character? Would you make them more combative?
Still RP based, but like more combat. Like I don't want to lose Jeb. I
I
love
am in
Jeb.
such a weird spot with your character. I both love him for his RP sake, and both like I just want to punch him in the face. He is
That's
such a
the point. You're
fucking
supposed to want to
douche.
punch him in the face.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the point. He's just supposed to hate it.
Samson is basically treating Jeb at this point as the really annoying person who's still somewhat friend. And it's like, oh, really?
You're like-
Really? You're gonna do that too now?
You're like a very annoying reminder of what Savra and you could have been. Like the dynamic of like, I'm under his employment, he's under my protection, but god damn it.
He's doing that. Like the party is still taking care of him though. Like he's evolving from what the party's doing. He's still he has the connection with Samson obviously, but as it goes on, he's forming connections with the he's re-examining his opinion on the Poors because of Norvark. He's Nadia is a vampire who isn't a bloodthirsty monster. Like and A is just fucking weird as shit. But like she's chill despite her demonic menagerie. Like he's evolving to a softer person because of the party.
You just hit Aya because she eats dirt for dinner. What was it?
Yeah.
Ash? What was it?
Ash.
Ash.
It's full of carbon, guys.
I actually need to
So-
find a way to feed, because if I don't find a way to feed tonight, I actually take a point of exhaustion and have to roll on a madness table. Which can
Do they have to be alive?
For Lanfear or for...
No, for the Gulthias route that I have.
Well,
I've been able to charge it since I've had it, but I knew there was going to be times where it's going to be rough, and I'm like, oh fuck, like I forgot. I read it over again, and I was just like, oh, that's right. If I don't feed like at least once a day with blood, I have to roll on the madness table and take 1 point of exhaustion.
well, I do not agree with these plans, but you know, mongrel folk.
What? Yeah.
You
That's
can
they
take
have to be
that's
alive.
another thing. You guys need to resolve that situation by next session. If do you want mongrel folk outside of what I already have planned with certain PCs sticking around? You know, the ones that have profile pictures. Do you want 50 mongrel folks to be relevant to story beyond just okay, we dealt with the Abbot, chased him out of town, these go through the forest. Do you want them to return to the story, or do you want me to just kind of like close the chapter on that?
I would like to see them walking around, but
Yeah, like
I don't know
background
if
activity,
they're-
sure, but like, do you want them to be part of the story? Like, you guys are like trying to employ the Abbot to like help you with Strahd. I'm like, I'm really trying to avoid that with NPCs like the Abbot because that makes you guys kind of irrelevant.
No, I figure I was gonna use the Abbot essentially as a res machine, like a one-time res machine. Like, oh god, someone fell in combat, we don't want to lose them. Can you do anything? And then he probably wouldn't do it again.
well, I only wanted to see Basilica what she did with people. I'm curious about that.
I'm actually pretty good on closing that chapter because I'm kind of over Kresk. It's kind of like, all right, we spent a lot of time here. We did a lot. We're going to be doing the same thing in Vallaki. So I'm cool with ending that and just being like, all right, cool. Like, they go to the woods, they survive. And then, like, maybe at the very end, like, depending on...
Long story short, just
I was
message me privately if you have any plans for them, and I'll be able to prep something in the future. Because as far as I'm concerned, once an area is done with, I will have consequence happen. I will have relevant NPCs come back, but the rest will be like background kind of activity. Vallaki is the only exception where it's a constantly developing center hub because Vallaki is your kind of base of operation, unless you choose somewhere else. Same with Crash because it's a town. But what I want to say, there are NPCs, Irina, Davian Martikov, other ones. There are NPCs that are already kind of guaranteed to be in the story, relevant to it, and it's up to you whether you accept them to the party or leave them alone somewhere else, and then they'll become background. I don't want to add to those NPCs with like the Abbot being very so, because then it makes your characters kind of irrelevant.
How do we train like the NPCs? Like you say that like at the beginning, because I feel like
I had an idea with having them like being kind of like training with you if you spend time with them. If you want to teach them a skill, if you want to teach Irina magic, she can take the time to, just like anybody else, learn magic. And
okay, it's just because I feel like we don't bring them with us because of their HP. If I recall, Irina is only 20.
well, that's you
or
metagaming. That's not my fault.
18.
You want to not metagame and get something. In fact, that's actually from the campaign is the fact that every time Irina was with you in combat, and an agent of Strahd was assailing you and was about to turn on Irina, something stopped it. Something or another. Last time because we were assailed by those dire wolves,
Yeah,
a red
the
mist
wolves.
stopped the wolf.
Yeah.
Call it what you want, plot armor or some plot development, which I prefer to call it. For some reason or another, nothing harms Irina. That's kind of the central plot side of your own character developments and your own side quests. And I don't want to make the party have my own NPCs. The Abbot, Irina, Davian, if you choose to have him tag along. I'm not even sure you guys want to do that, actually, now I think about it, because just observing previous sessions. And that's fine. I mean, frankly, that's my gripe with a little rant. So my gripe with the card reading is that while it's cool to have RNG places to place the treasures and have allies and stuff and tell you the future a little bit, it kind of takes away your agency of you picking your own allies if you choose to do that. Because I'm telling you, well, Davian is going to be a guaranteed ally, but then you guys become attached to, I don't know, tell me one NPC you're more attached to than Davian that you actually enjoy time spending with.
Give me a second.
Right?
I
Nowhere
forgot
in
her name, but the
Astrid?
Astrid.
Oh, Astro
really
was homebrew. That was on me. That was a little chapter that it became a very major point of story, and I'm glad for it. But I did not think it was gonna go there.
So you are sticking with the card. So the Esmeralda and the tertiary link to my mother is still a thing then.
Yes.
Okay.
If you want it to be, that's other DM stuff. I'm talking about the card reading.
Well,
I'm talking about the card reading in terms of the big five, not the individual readings that DM did. And I'm like, I don't know what's the plan there.
Okay.
I'm talking about the big five, where like, there's a sword, there's a symbol, there's a book. Those three items are essential to bring down evil. Then there's your ally, and then there's where you're gonna find where your fate is gonna culminate, supposedly.
Getcha.
But if you do the reading, well, it's cool. I mean, true campaigns are so flexible, and everything can change on a whim.
Oh, yeah. I think that you almost treat that as, at this point in time, that's the outcome.
I mean,
but
that's not how it's treated. If you ever read later on after this campaign or whatever, you read like books like Strahd or Vampire in the Mist or any other Ravenloft-based books, and you read about the Vistani, and especially the women, the omnipotent, prescient, like future-reading women. They know absolute truths about the future. Their prophecies always fulfill the way they say they are, and that's what makes them special. A lot of like that what ifism, what if not now and later, that makes their prophecies kind of obsolete. And that's my issue with when you kind of try to introduce that into a campaign. Characters can do whatever they want. Maybe you'll get a prophecy and then the characters will be like, oh, actually we want to side with Strahd,
Yeah.
How are we doing magic item distribution wise right now? Did I like
In
fill
what?
everybody's
We're pretty good.
attunements?
I have one
I-
item, which is the ring of spell storing, but I also was not here for most of the campaign.
True.
Yeah, I think
Think-
as it
think
stands
about
right
obje-
now, I
with-
will have 2.
So far, he's just getting blinged out. He has the ring of spell storing, he has the ring to change his face, and he has a signet ring. He's gonna run out of fingers soon.
There's always your toes. Right. I suppose to the question of what do I do with my extra magic items is, I guess, up to you guys to solve, and up to me. But yeah.
Because right now I'm only attuned to 2, but with that bottle
Right.
lightning, I'll have 3.
Yeah. I'm just gonna update
Any
those,
extras
even
that
though I'm
aren't
not-
being used?
Well, we
Not-
actually. What about that feather? Did we?
we have the figurine of wondrous power. You mean?
Oh yeah, there's a figurine.
That's not required attunement.
Yeah.
And
That's
I'm
not
actually-
attunement though, right?
I'm actually really surprised that none of them, not even the rarer ones, require attunement. That's actually really surprising because some of them are
Yeah.
like really, really good. There's one of them that's like you summon a giant rock, like a bird. And it's like it doesn't require
Oh.
attunement. And I was like, it was whack.
That's big.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's one of
I've-
those epic
yeah,
items,
so-
so whatever.
Yeah, I think as it stands, I have 2. It looks like Aya has 3. Nadia has
Yeah, I have
3.
I need to update
Novar
this.
has- Yeah, I just tacked in Holy Symbol of Ravenkind for myself right now. And I've listed it as in progress because I'm not actually attuned to it yet.
The backlink, by the way, I copied and pasted on the forum, so my name links to Samson. So I don't know how you
Oh, you just cut,
Uh,
yeah, because you
hyperlink.
copy pasted.
just
so
copied and pasted, yeah.
Yeah, and I don't have a link tied in.
I'll do it later. I'm a little bit tired tonight. But
Yeah.
I just need to
Totally
update.
understandable. Yeah.
Alright. I want us to sort the little things before we move in to next session.
Yeah.
I don't really have much else to add. I think, in retrospect, moving forward, if I ever do other campaigns, I need to be careful with how I homebrew items, because I took a homebrew with the staff that Aya has, and I'm like, what stops her from like just day by day summoning more and more blights? Because even
Hey, I'm
Control
planning that.
Undead has a timer on it.
Yeah, it's pretty
Yes.
pretty strong.
But she likes
Yeah.
Blossom the individual, not the Blight the I think this party is doing doesn't min max items and whatnot.
No, but you could, is what I'm saying.
No, you
Yes.
could. But
Oh god, this
at that point it's the item and the party, right? You give potentially powerful items to a party that won't abuse it, and if you do have min maxers, they get the boring +1s, because if you give them anything with any sort of wiggle room, you know they're gonna attack a town with like 500 skeletons in plate armor.
yeah.
But-
I will say this. I personally have min-maxer tendencies, and I deliberately minimize and avoid them in this game because this is a game where I only need some level of that. So Samson is semi-optimal, but
Yeah, I'm also.
I could certainly do far more for that.
And with the gold tie stuff, you could say like you can only attune to it once, because I mean doing math, I can attune to it 6 days. More than that, and my health surely will be less than half.
Your health?
Yeah, because it takes maximum of my health HP if I fail the saving throw, and it's a 14.
Perverse nature. Buoys of Cothias.
It-
Blight
The last thing,
Bane.
Vampiric Hunter.
Yeah, and I have to get
First
separate from it.
For each day gone without consuming blood, the root feeds on you instead. You gain a level of exhaustion. Exhaustion, not percentage of your health.
That's not the
That's
Githai staff.
Yeah, that's for me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's for you. You're
mine is
right. Okay.
vampiric hunger.
Vampiric hunger is a hard cap that stops you from running everything out. Because
Yeah,
that's each day you're making a DC 14 con save or taking maximum hit point reduction by 2d6.
Right, that was now I remember. See, I forgot the last part. I was like, man, I should really be careful with like homebrew items because I look at them and then I'm like, okay, that's unbalanced, but it's really cool. And I throw in something there to balance it, and I was like, that was my balance for it. Yeah, okay, it's a relatively passable, especially at high levels. It's kind of like you have a high level like necromancer or some characters using corrupted items, and how they keep using those items because they're high enough level to keep doing it, but they're wearing away. And I mean, what high level character does not make a DC 14 Constitution saving throw? So I had a theory of like, well, if you're just gonna out level and outscale the item to the point where you can have it permanently because you're making the save every time, then that's fair because that's balanced. But if you're low level and you're not making those con saves because you're just low level, then yeah, 2d6 necrotic damage. Did you ever fail
real
the save?
painful, real fast.
yeah, I failed the second day.
You didn't
I
grab
have
it, so I
mine-
kind of missed it.
but I have it. What is it?
I'm sure you have it. I'm just, roleplay wise, there was no development there. I didn't hear it, so I.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Continue.
I don't know. It's really up to you to roleplay your cursed items. I don't want to play your character for you, kind of thing. But yeah.
Okay, I can imagine what happens. So I'll text it.
Did I specify what happens when you attune out of it?
Its roots grows into my skin, right, and starts sucking my blood.
What when you unattune to it, or was it just a necklace?
You did have specifications for unattuning.
Oh,
in that
the
when you
reduction lasts until
attune
the target destroys or unattunes to the Gothic staff. Right.
and finishes long rest.
And well, of course, you have to rest it off. You can't just gain back health magically, but just
Uh,
choose to unattune from the staff.
No, difference. You're not. It's not. Your target maximum is down, so it wouldn't even be something where I could then I can then cast healing spells to bring you back up to full.
By the reduction lasts until the target is destroyed. The reduction is your maximum health being reduced by. So you keep a track of the number, and then you add those back to your maximum health. I think. See what I'm saying?
Okay. So
Because
if he
You're
unattuned and then I
feeding a
cast
piece of
healing,
yourself to Gulthias Bark. That's kind of what Gulthias Bark is. You're feeding a piece of yourself to it. If you destroy it, it magically harvests back into you. If you unattune to it, the Gulthias is starved out, and you get your vitality back because it's kind of like I didn't want to have lasting effect from a cursed item because that's just brutal. That's
Too
like
brutal. I will have
lingering
never
roots.
attuned to it.
Yeah. But if it kills you, it kills you. Yeah, I was literally like,
if you go too long.
Yeah.
And that's probably fine because you've got, right, in particular you've got that extra little safety
it's
in there
almost
that
like having more
the staff can be
minions,
broken by anyone.
having blights by your side, having more action economy for the cost of you being a glass cannon, essentially, because you're a paladin, yeah, but like a paladin with 40 HP at level 8 is glass cannon.
7. Not with 40 HP as paladin, that's
Who got what level
limiting.
7? Anything exciting?
Not actually that much for Samson. I get 4th level spells, and wow, the clerk spell list level 4 is thin.
Well, I get my invocations, but I haven't decided.
Yeah, the level 4 clerk spell list is very thin.
Your invocation spell book?
Warlock level 2. 2 invocations. So I don't know which ones.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, okay.
Yeah. If not, it was a paladin plus
I was
3
like,
aura for everyone.
I get evasion. Slightly more survivable.
You learn
Yes.
how to roll on the floor out of mace reach.
It took him 7 levels to be desperate enough to roll on the floor.
Yep. I like it.
Oh.
Yeah, I get magical guidance. If I fail a save, I can use a meta magic point, re-roll it, possibly turn it into a success.
That's a save or a skill check.
I think magical guidance.
Save.
That's
Wow.
Pretty good.
You could be a werewolf.
And when you make an ability, or excuse me, oh no, it
ability
is an
check.
ability check that
Yeah.
fails.
Yeah, it's
I
not
recall
nearly as
that.
powerful as that. It's real good if you're on oh god, what is it? It's if you're running things like telekinesis later on, it becomes very useful. The other one that magical guidance is really good for is counterspell.
Yeah.
Because you know what check you're rolling with counterspell and dispel magic.
The villager borough of
This
Eternal
is an
Lucky,
ability
Old
check.
Bone Grinder, Villager Crash, Wizard of Wine, place you haven't visited yet, Yester Hill. Aside from one, you have outleveled one place, but it doesn't really matter. I don't think, frankly, I don't even know why it has a level to it because it's mostly RP in that place. So I would say you're in the right level, more or less, and I can just up RP everything else going forward. I mean, as long as you guys remember your future hooks, as I said over Lucky, then we have a way forward. For those of you curious, I would say even though we did only because we turtled, it seems like a long time, but in 20 sessions we are a little bit halfway past this campaign in total.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'm giving us, unless we get sidetracked and we do our own thing, I'm giving us 40 sessions, I would say, if anybody's counting.
Speed run the rest of this. Don't worry, we're
You
just gonna
could.
start like
We're going to the castle.
Here's the thing. Nothing is stopping you from we're going to Ravenloft and we're going exploring, because Ravenloft, in my humble opinion, having run this campaign already once before and now running it again, Ravenloft is kind of like the darkest dungeon, where you just delve into it and you see how far you get and what you're faced with before, like,
Well, can we actually leave, or are we just getting ground up and mulched up inside? Like, is there a place for escape, or is it like
I don't want to spoil it, but nothing's stopping you from entering it, invited or uninvited, and exploring around and seeing how far you get. You can die in there, of course you can, but you can just go.
No, what I meant is, like, it's not like
It's not
like
dungeon.
the final quest in a game where it's like
there is a
you
final
walk in
dungeon
and then
in
the
this
doors
campaign
disappear.
No, yeah, exactly. You're not meant to send your characters in there like Tomb of Annihilation style, and then like, well, if we die, we just have more adventurers come in. No, it is lethal, but like, nothing is stopping you from like, oh, guys, I feel like running this campaign for another like 3 more sessions, and then like I'm out, I'm burning out. Nothing would stop you from being like, yeah, go to Ravenloft and beat up Strahd, or whatever it is you want to do. It's a darkest dungeon, but it's not a final dungeon. It's like you go there. Frankly, I had development planned for so long. I just couldn't. I don't know if I should say that because it's kind of spoilers.
Well, then don't say it, you silly
Then I won't
goose.
say it. Yeah, you're right. I should.
Yeah.
But
Hold off.
but
It's
going
like
back to
the
my
only-
point is, yeah, like if you were like, we're going to the castle, I'm like, you could, and then you'll go out of the castle, and then you'll go explore other places, and you'll return to the castle, kind of thing.
Okay, that's good, as long as like I just wanted to know, like, it wasn't there's not the NPC saying this is Strahd's castle, are you sure you want to enter type deal?
Well, what if there is? This is D&D. Do what you want. I can have an
Well,
NPC.
no, what I meant,
had guards standing
what I
in
meant-
front of a werewolf den, which was, by the way, a 7th level zone. Like,
well, what I just meant, like, as long as it's not like that as long as it doesn't mean like you're taking on the end game essentially.
No,
We
it's
might
not,
die,
it's not
yeah,
like,
but as long as it's not the end game.
are
Yeah.
you sure you want to proceed? There's no going back. No, it's not like that. It's Curse of Strahd is what I love it so much is I think outside of Storm King's Thunder and a few other ones, it is by far the most sandboxy campaign that comes out of module that I know of, where you can go anywhere you want. You guys could have like beelined it to Kresh from the start if you want to, by just being like, hey, what other towns are in here? Oh, there's Kresh, the very whatever. Oh, let's go explore. I like exploring. And you just beeline it there. Could. Um, Same as you could right now go to the swamp, or right now go to other places. You could Argynvost told, that other place you heard about, right? You could
Yes,
go anywhere.
the place that Watcher doesn't want us to go.
While I have you here, I forget. Where is Esmeralda again? Like, where would that come with location, or was it just a name?
Uh, what? Samson, do you have it? Because I don't have the other DM's notes.
I am looking. So we have fortune telling. So
I know where
mercenary-
she is. I don't know what you know. That's my issue.
Well, no, I don't. Well,
Yeah.
so all I know is the reading. I don't know if a location was given. All I know is I was told a vampire hunter named Esmeralda knows the secret to your mother, or something along those lines.
I'm pretty sure you got her location, but I don't wanna.
I
I don't want to give you information you would not know.
Well,
give
so
me
because
a
I don't remember
minute.
DM, what did the thing say? Was I given a name and no location? Because the hook with the mother attached is enough for him to just ask around for.
You and I need to sit down and.
And again, if that's inconvenient, I'm happy for you
It's
to
not
change
inconvenient.
the
I
card.
just don't know what he had planned with it.
Ah,
Knowing what Esmeralda is. Go ahead.
So, I will be nice and call you Jeb. Your travel here. You travel here in hope of establishing a trade relation. Your mother.
Slow down. We don't understand.
Mother
I'm
find
rushing through it.
Esmeralda. She can provide answers. So, from my notes for that, it did not include a location. It just said
Yep, that's
your mother find Esmeralda. She can help
Yep.
provide answers.
that's what I recall as well. I just don't know if I
In that
didn't take
case,
it down.
if you were not given a location, it's probably for the best because Esmeralda is out of character. She's a traveling NPC. Frankly, I can have her wherever the fuck I want. There are a few locations where she is at plot-wise, but I can't tell
She's
you
actually
where
Rictavio.
because what?
No, yeah. I was making it was Rictavio the entire time.
What are you gonna do about it? I'm looking for you guys to do like live action. How would you take a person that is being evasive, like you said, like maybe she's Rictavio? How would you prove it? Why would you actively do to prove that?
Well, yeah,
Action
nothing.
is reward.
He's just
I
gonna
can read
hopefully luck out.
minds.
Why nothing?
It's not a priority yet. His goal initially, through all this, was to ingratiate himself with the party so they would help him. Like, he knows it's a death sentence to go outside in Barovia.
I will
Him
tell you
being
this.
trapped here, he's
To comfort you, it is on my radar, and it will happen for sure. How soon
But
and
also,
where, I
it's-
can't tell you because, and this is like one of those moments where like I'm experiencing DM pain right now, because as I've told before, it's been twice now that you were like a room away. That you guys were not exploring. You guys went with the plot, and she was like a room away. So I was like, okay, next encounter, you know. So
Yeah.
she's
Yeah,
on
like,
radar.
I'm not-
But
she is like, I'm not.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not. Like, I understand I'm not being as proactive as I can to find her, right? And that's Jeb's thing. Jeb is trying to play a grand chess, stratagem when there's a tic-tac-toe board in front of him.
Also, you and I need
Yeah.
to sit down. Like, where's this plot going? Because you probably have a better idea of what it is Jeb is seeking than me. In a mother. Otherwise, I'll be improvising on the spot, and I don't know how keen you are.
Well, no.
about
So
detailing your
I'll
own
tell you
background.
right now. The mother. there's the mother thing is the black hole of my background. Same with so with Jeb's background, it's as open ended. He's a spoiled rich kid who's had a lot of tutors. Like everything else is up to could be set up to unreliable narrator, right? Like he doesn't know anything about his mother. His father raised him, and by raised him, like retainers and whatnot. He's only seen his father 4 times. He's never met his mother.
Your father is the human part of you, right?
No, father is the elven part.
Okay.
So mother's a human for whatever reason, and never met her, and he assumes because ball of neuroses, his mother gave him up and felt him unworthy, not worth keeping, and his father, who only saw 4 times, sees him as not worthy enough because he's an infant in the scale of elves, right? He's a 20-something
So 2 things.
half elf.
One, as much as it boggles my mind, what the other Dan was thinking, by giving you Esmeralda as a hook, just because, like, as a character, just what's the connection? I will definitely sit down, and by the end of next week, I'll come up with something to make it kind of.
Like I said, I'll tell you, I'm not married to any of those NPCs. The hook is his mother was mentioned. So if it's easier, again, like if like Esmeralda was a red herring, and in his search for Esmeralda, it's actually this other thing.
I'll be frank with you. I don't know what Dan was thinking, because Esmeralda is a very interesting NPC that can be found in Barovia, and can be interacted with, and has her own subplot, but it's Barovia centric and it's her centric.
Right.
I don't.
But like
I'll have
her knowing everything, right?
Yeah.
Her knowing, Madame Eva knowing everything. It could be the search for Esmeralda is the thing that actually, because
I'll definitely sit down and think about
it.
I'll brainstorm something. I think after Valaki, I'll start introducing elements of other players' hooks and stuff. I just want to be done with that. Just sort of
no
shape where that town's destiny goes. And also I have to resolve the whole once you find Esmeralda, is she sticking around and plot and stuff? Along with Irina.
Esmeralda's Jeb's mother.
No, I'm gonna tell you that off the bat right now. No, because that is so weird. Just knowing the character, it's just so weird. But
maybe
no, she's
timey-wimey Barovia stuff.
I'm gonna tell you off the bat. She's hella young to be your mom. It'll be hella weird.
Timey-wimey stuff.
Nah, I'm not doing that, because the Tome of Strahd is already enough timey-wimey, where I allowed items to go into your hands from the past and arrive at the present. I'm like, I can already tell that's gonna break some shit.
No, that's exactly it. She had a baby, and it came out of Barovia. So I honestly have no idea what
I will have something to do with your mother, but it's not Esmeralda. I have
that's fine.
I have a floor to work from, and that's just below the floor. It's just she's so much her own character with her own plot going on that anything to do with Faerun, anything to do with your father would just be breaking her own character. She's just. I'll figure something out that's much better than that. I'll figure out something out that's actually really neat, and I'll just take a week to think about it more.
Yeah, I have full confidence. You're
cool.
I'm enjoying where everything's happened.
Yeah.
And like I said, like this character he's gonna try to do combat, but he's gonna try to talk his way out of anything. He's a bard rogue at this point, essentially.
True.
Yeah, clearly you need 3 levels of eloquence bard.
I also need to give Irina voice lines. I need to think about progress with her, because if you shut her down, like from progressing her own plot, well, like not interacting with her brother anymore, or like not letting her explore her past in the pond and stuff, it's up to the DM to kind of develop paths for Irina, whether she is like another sister in arms for the party, where you can like train her in magic and stuff and all that. But it's some parties just don't like Irina, and that's fine. Some parties just don't want her beyond just an escort quest, and Now that we've escorted you to safety, stay here and you'll be safe.
So I can wear her face and no enemies will attack me, is what you're saying.
You could try.
Oh lord.
I
Yeah.
never said no to any of your ideas, and I'm a big fan of party
Yeah,
members
no,
who don't say no to ideas, because what's the worst that could happen? Something funny happens, a weird fucking interaction happens. There's consequence.
He respects her enough to not do that.
I mean, you could though. Really, you respect her enough,
Huh.
but what if she was a poor? You wouldn't respect her that.
Well, she's not, is she? She's
you
a
know,
noble.
How much money does she have?
She's stationed. It goes rich, nobles, and then a bunch of workers,
Does she have station
animals,
though?
and the poor.
She was adopted into her family. She wasn't born into nobility. Does she
I mean,
have
so
blue
is-
blood?
The way Jeb sees it, it's good enough. He feels adopted even though his father's blood.
Would you adopt a
Because he's
child
in an
from the
elvish
street and make
family.
him your own, and then name him your heir to your Moonglow industry?
I wouldn't, but if like he doesn't care that Washter has a corpse in her bed because rich people can do weird shit. If
Yeah.
rich, that explains. If Strahd's rich, that explains all of his eccentricities away. If he has just like a room full of gold, sure, okay. He's old and
If-
rich. I mean,
If
you
I
get bored.
wasn't
He has a
tired
castle.
and kind of just on low battery, I would have had like Strahd show up at the session. But I don't. He's the one NPC where I will never play on low energy because there's just a certain amount of like refinement that is required to like truly deliver his power.
He's only been. Has the party only seen him
like
once?
The court.
Person, yes.
Twice.
Person.
Well,
made
I'm
a
not
very-
counting the cloud.
No,
You're
that
not counting
doesn't-
Cloud, then
that
once.
doesn't count for shit. Like they only met once, and that really goes to show how much you if impressed them. Now I have a reason to have them show up. I'm preparing. I'm gonna prepare something. It's gonna happen whenever. Now with the Abbot being dealt with, there's a reason for him to. You have caught his attention, and that's the only time you're really gonna invoke him, right? You can't just taunt him out from whatever it is he's doing in the background, right? He's a man. I like it about BBGs. I like BBGs that are like realistic about that. Where like, you're not. This is not a
Easy.
James. It's not a James Bond movie. You're not their number one priority. Make yourself their number one priority.
We stopped the simp factory. We're in trouble now.
Yeah.
All right, my wife's getting mad at me. I gotta go. I will see you guys next week.
Yeah, I'm gonna head off too. It's getting late.
Yeah. I should as well.
Take
It's
care,
fun.
guys.
Alright,